before first pitch. Plus, your chance to win Royals tickets during the pitch clock following the game. Show with sounds from the locker room, plus your calls and texts. Miss the show? It's available on demand with the All Things Vern channel on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hi, this is Toby Tobin along with Jason Goodenkoff from Lewisburg Ford in Lewisburg, Kansas. Hi, Jason.
Hello, Toby.
Let's talk about the buying experience at Lewisburg Ford.
It's the best anywhere. Just ask all our customers, Toby. It is hands down the best experience you can have buying a new car. We have the no-hassle Toby Tobin price that we've had for over 45 years now. Nobody else can say that. We've been saving Kansas City thousands and thousands of dollars for a lot of years.
I have been buying Ford cars and trucks from Lewisburg Ford for over 30 years. And I know personally this is the best place to buy a Ford car or truck. Great prices, but there's a whole lot more than that.
It doesn't just stop at price, Toby.
Yeah.
There's other factors to this equation, and it's trade-in allowance, financing, and the experience of how knowledgeable the people are that you're dealing with. And we surpass everybody in all those areas. We always have. We always will. That's why calling us is important.
Do you have that new pickup?
Absolutely. And it's dynamite.
Okay. Lewisburg Ford is your best place to buy a Ford car or truck. What's your toll-free number?
816-444-2300.
Lewisburg Ford or lewisburgford.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
Or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, global chaos, and a skyrocketing national debt. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hardworking Americans are looking to help diversify their savings with precious metals like gold and silver. And they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can diversify your savings, tax and penalty-free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
If you're a woman, talk to your doctor by age 25 about your risk of getting breast cancer. More women under 40 are getting breast cancer, and these cancers are often more deadly. The American College of Radiology recommends you ask your doctor if you should get a mammogram before age 40, need other tests like an MRI with your yearly mammogram, or if at high risk should be checked more than once a year. For more information, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Furnished by American College of Radiology.
This is 96.5 The Fan, your home for Chiefs football. It's the only place to hear from Andy Reid on Mondays at noon. It's the only place that has an exclusive one-on-one interview with Patrick Mahomes on Tuesdays at 3:15. And it's the only place to listen to the play-by-play with Mitch, Danon, and Kling on game day.
Touchdown! Kansas City! Travis Kelce owning this game!
This is your home for Chiefs football. This is 96.5 The Fan. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Live on a Tuesday, 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe, Mac, and Dusty with you, rolling along. Week 4 in the books. Moving on to Week 5. Got 6 more days until your next NFL game on Monday Night Football. Jaguars, Chiefs, 7:15. I love Monday Night Football. It's not true.
No, it's the worst.
I actually hate it.
Especially if you're a Bengal fan or a Dolphin fan or, hell, even a Jet fan waking up today and you stayed up for that Monday Night Football. The Jets, 13 penalties, 3 turnovers in that game. They stink.
First offensive drive, fumble at the 1 yard line.
Fantastic offensive drive. I mean, you get all the way down there. You might as well try to get it in the end zone, right? Do these guys
on the eve of the Mets missing the playoffs, as if it couldn't get any worse. Pete Alonso opts out, and then let's go play one of the worst teams in football and completely puke
all over ourselves. And then Tyreek Hill, of course, if you haven't seen the injury, don't. And then the Cincinnati Bengals failed to show up for work yesterday as well. And so, I mean, they were outgained by 400 yards, which ended up being like a Monday Night Football or NFL record for how much they were outgained on offense. Like Cincinnati right now, I don't know who's in a worse situation, the Jets, the Dolphins, or the Bengals right now, because those are 3 really bad football teams, dude.
Dolphins got to win.
Yeah, they did. They got to win. Matt tried
to tell you to play Darren Waller this week.
That's right. It was all over.
Right.
Yeah,
Everyone was saying it.
All over the retired Darren Waller. Play anybody against the Jets. I mean, at this point in time, right? You might as well play anybody against the Jets. But the Dolphins are done because of the Tyreek Hill injury. And look, I'll be honest with you. I think Tyreek Hill's career's over after that injury. You don't snap your knee like that. I mean, that thing was dangling, dude. That was as gross as you can get of an injury that we've ever seen. And ligaments are torn, his ACL's torn, his knee is broken.
To me, that was worse than Theismann's.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely worse than Theismann's.
I was doing the prep for, like, shutting the house down for bedtime and all that sort of stuff last night. And I, like, look over, I'm like, why is the game not being played? And I see a cart in the field. I'm like, oh, who's hurt? Well, let's go to Twitter. And then I sent you guys a video. I go, do you think it's broke?
Yeah. Man.
And then, Tyreek on a Monday night a couple years ago, maybe was having that monster season. Played against the Titans, had to leave that game. And this is a tough one. And a smile through the disappointment.
So they showed him getting carted off, and he was clapping and smiling and tapping the trainer on the leg. I personally think in that moment he's blacked out.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think that, like, that's just like his out of body experience because they show the video and for some reason I'm sick and twisted and I watched it like 3 times because at first I don't know if anything's like AI generated anymore. Like I'm like, he didn't really break his leg like that. And then they show it and I'm like, okay, that's not right. And then I kind of like look at his face and he kind of slowly pans over and sees it.
Ugh.
And like, I can only imagine, like, I can be honest with you. If I saw my leg like that, my whole body would have gone the same direction. Like I would just pass out.
No.
And then they show him on the card. He's got the air cast on and everything. And he's like cheering. And like the memes were hilarious because it's like Tyreek Hill realized he doesn't have to play with Tua anymore. And then, you know, I'm like, as he's like getting carted off, I'm like scratching my head. I'm like, I don't think that he knew exactly where he was in that moment. And I think that's just like his body trying, because like he even like tells the guy, he's like, number 1. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Number 1. 2, his reaction doesn't really make sense. Like most of the time, and I mean, everybody's different. And most of the time you see the guy, it's like the towel over their head and they're not being visible or they're crying their eyes out or they're, you know, completely distraught. And in this situation, he's the guy that's just, and again, everybody's built differently. And he's just like cheering, clapping, saying number 1 in the crowd. I'm like, that dude is like blacked out.
I mean, it had to have been because I thought the same thing. Like your adrenaline eventually takes over in those type of situations. Yeah. You hear about it all the time. You get one last bolt of adrenaline rush, and then then everything else happens after that.
The car on top of the baby, the mom.
Yeah, you can lift the car up, that kind of stuff, and save the kid and get that adrenaline rush. And I really do. I'm with you. There's no way he had any sort of realization of what was going on at that point in time. Now, maybe 5 minutes later, once he got into that locker room, and the adrenaline stopped, and he saw the leg dangling there. I mean, like he's having surgery today. But I mean, you and I were talking about it before the show, and I'm not really being hyperbolic when I say I think his career is over, because you even said to me earlier, like, yeah, I mean, the only thing that he's good at is that speed, and now you've got this busted up leg. All of a sudden, you go from a wide receiver that was banking on speed to just a guy now in the NFL, if he's able to come back.
I think what I was saying is that his biggest asset is speed.
Yeah.
And that is going to damage that for sure.
Yeah, he's not playing again.
He'll play. Like he'll play for sure. He'll play for somebody.
Oh, yeah. Well, he needs the money.
But
he's also like a great route runner. He's got amazing hands. Yeah. He'll be a wide receiver 2 or 3 on a team.
No, and like I said the thing that this injury did was it affected his number 1 asset, which is his speed.
Yeah, speed.
And, the thing about that is is Tyreek Hill ran what, like a 4.32 or something like that, 4.35. Now he runs a 4.45. So like but like also that's, not the same as when Peyton Manning's, shoulder completely dissipated in the middle of our eyes. Like when we were watching the preseason, like, oh, he's just throwing checkdowns. You're getting ready for the season. The first game of the season happens. You're like, Peyton can't throw it 25 yards.
No, his neck is like not moving.
And so now what we will see is like Tyreek Hill will be a glorified slot receiver that occasionally will have bursts, but the days of Tyreek Hill being able to hit that outside route and just blowing somebody out is probably not going to happen as much, if like hardly ever again.
Yeah.
Because of the dislocated knee, ligament damage, ACL damage.
It's a lot of damage, dude, man.
It's a catastrophic knee injury.
It is,
And again, Tyreek Hill, comeback player of the year next year.
Yeah, right.
If you're making future bets, you can go ahead and cash that one, because I think Dak's going to run away with the player of the year this year, comeback player of the year this year. But that wasn't the weirdest thing we saw yesterday.
Well, I've never kissed my sister, so how's it taste?
I wouldn't know you.
I'm sorry. So that's Jerry Jones after the Packers game being asked if the tie felt like kissing your sister. And then his response is, I don't know. How's it taste?
Yeah.
I think he's also blacked out.
Yeah. What the hell was that?
Like who was more out of mind in that situation? Tyreek Hill realizing his knee is a limp noodle, or Jerry Jones?
Well, I've never kissed my sister, so how's it taste?
I wouldn't know you.
And then that
laugh. Was that before or after he had that cut on his lip yesterday, too?
Was it a cut?
I don't know what that was. It looked like a pimple.
Looked
to
like
me,
he went to Vegas for a weekend.
Yeah, it really did. That's where I was going with that. I was trying to keep
not everything stays in Vegas.
Yeah, you come home with that on your lip. It's called a shanker. But I think more out of body experience was Tyreek Hill. I ultimately believe he had no idea.
Have you ever
what
broke
was
a bone?
going on? No, I've not.
Have you ever had ligament damage?
No, I have not. No.
Mackenstein?
Broken my arm twice, but
yeah. Did you see stars and all that kind of stuff? Like, it's painful, isn't it?
Oh, it's very painful.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, you have that first 2 minutes where you don't think anything's wrong, and then you look down, your arm's hanging, you're like, oh my God, what am I going to do in this situation? So, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how Tyreek Hill comes back. If he comes back from all of this, being 30, being the speed now taken away, busted up knee, torn ligaments, all that kind of stuff. He didn't have 13 kids. I would say maybe he decides he's going to walk on this one, but he's going to need the dough. I mean, you're 30 years old, you're Tyreek Hill. All of a sudden, everything that you've known for the last 7-8 years, all of that is like in jeopardy right now. And his career is 100% in jeopardy right now. Maybe it never heals the right way again. Maybe he's never able to get back there on that football field. But, I just looked at that thing last night and I went, I think we've probably seen the last of what we've known as Tyreek Hill in the NFL.
How'd you break your arm?
Once my brother and our neighbor at the time double jumped me. I was like 7 on the trampoline, just boom.
Nightmares.
Yep.
And the other time was on Halloween. I was just running. It was pitch black. Saw and there was random stones, like a walkway in the grass. I didn't see that. I just thought it was all grass. And right in the rock.
Ouch. Yeah, I blew
Didn't take me to the hospital that night.
They did or did not?
Parents were like, wait till the morning.
Wait till the morning, man.
Mom of the
Maybe. What child number were you?
I'm 3rd out of 4.
Out of 4, yeah, that's why.
Yeah. We'll get to it.
Had that been 1, you're right to the hospital.
Exactly.
2, it's borderline. 3, forget about it.
You're good.
3 and 4, you guys figure it out on your own. Here's some dental floss and glue. Figure it out, man.
Yeah, I hope him a speedy recovery, though. I think he'll be back. I don't know what team he'll play for, but boy, it sounds more and more like he'll be a Chief eventually one day.
Yeah, exactly.
Back from leg injury.
You tore your knee up.
Yeah, I blew my ACL and my meniscus in one night. Completely snapped it. And then I broke my metacarpal, the bone in your hand. It's still deformed.
Oh yeah.
Punched
Don't
a wall
like
in
that.
college.
Yeah.
Brick.
Probably
Don't do it.
stupid. You don't do that. Did you have a hat on, a hard hat with two beer cans and a straw too when you did that?
No, that's a long story. I worked at a bar called, what was it called? Country Stampede or something like that. I was just like I forget what it's called.
Stampede.
It turned into the bar literally turned into the cross-eyed cricket. But it was like a country bar, and I was just like, helper around, whatever. And then one night I couldn't work because my grandma was sick. So I went in town, and the the manager of the bar thought I was like being a liar. And I was like, I'm literally at my house, like because my grandmother's sick. And then he like basically did all this stuff. And then a couple of weeks later, I went out and had drinks with my friends and he saw me and he like basically fired me on the spot. And I was like, well, you're a D-bag. And then he like got in my face and like refused to serve me. And so like my first reaction, instead of hitting him in the face, was hitting the brick wall. The rest of the night I had peas on my hand and I woke up the next morning and it looked like Kirby, the video game character. Yeah. So that wasn't great. But no, I mean, it does suck. That was up there with like the Louisville kid that snapped his knee.
That
like,
basketball
Kevin
game.
Ware.
Kevin Ware. That was nasty.
But I don't know, man. I know he's having surgery today. They showed him in a wheelchair leaving the stadium. And but I think not only is his time in Miami done, but I mean, it does make sense. Like now he'll be that guy that's like, well, he was injured. He's no longer on the roster as of June 1st. He's available as we're watching video now as he's getting taken to the hospital. But sounds like dislocated knee, ACL tear, and everything else. So probably at least a year.
Oh, easy. Yeah. I mean, he's probably not going to play at all next season.
Cadillac Ranch. That's what it was called.
Oh, Cadillac. That was in Lawrence, though, too.
There was one in Lawrenceburg,
are they chained now, the Cadillac Ranch?
So, and then it turned into the Cross-Eyed Cricket, and that's one hell of a name right there.
I do like that name for a bar. The Cross-Eyed. It's better than anything else. I mean, you remember that. It's original. 100%
that's good.
Original. I like the Cadillac Ranch.
Going tonight? We're going to Cross-Eyed Cricket, man.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
We're going to Cadillac Ranch. Which one? You know?
Oh, man. Coming up on the other side, baseball's back. We'll give you the numbers to prove it why. Bob uses stats to give you why baseball's back here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
That guy's an idiot, man.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Trey Smith, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is that time of year. People are starting to look at that holiday travel schedule. And when you make your holiday flight reservations this year, make sure you book your Park and Go reservation as well. It's what we do. Every time we book a flight, we go to bookparkandgo.com and make our parking reservation. We can also use their easy-to-use app. And then we know our parking is secured and it is ready to go. We'll have all covered parking. And when we prepay, we're going to save money as well at Park and Go. So all the reservations and payments are taken care of. Show up on the day of your flight. Scan your reservation, and they will direct you right to that covered parking spot that they have reserved specifically for you. As soon as you get into that all-covered parking spot, the van will meet you and take you right to the airport terminal in no time at all. You're not worried about making your flight on time because Park and Go is there as soon as you are. And when you get back, grab your bags and walk outside. That van's waiting for you. Jump on it, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. So do what we did and join their frequent Parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Ready, Set, Ford. That's what Shawnee Mission Ford is all about, bringing meaning to Ready, Set, Ford. Hey, it's Gold. You know I've been driving a new vehicle thanks to my friends over at Shawnee Mission Ford for over a month now, and they offer their customers the largest discounts on every new vehicle, along with aggressive rebates and top trade-in value. And maybe you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle. You're in luck as well with over 100 pre-owned vehicles to choose from at prices and terms well within any budget. Shawnee Mission Ford is on a mission to do more.
Hey, Chiefs fans, Crown Royal is the official whiskey of the Kansas City Chiefs. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with a generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays, call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Specific promotional offers are not available in Mississippi, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Hey guys, did you know that prostate cancer is the second most common cancer in American men? That's right. Prostate cancer is the second most common cancer in American men. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetime. Early prostate cancer often has no symptoms, which makes regular screenings key. The 5-year survival rate is nearly 100% when caught early. So get checked early and often. If you're a man over 50 or 45 if African American or with a family history, you should talk to a doctor about screening. A prostate cancer diagnosis can be scary, but no one should fight alone. Join us in raising awareness and saving lives. Don't wait. Visit kcuc.com today. At KCUC, you see the best in KC.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Kansas City Wind Supply Group Vendor Showcase, Thursday, October 23rd at J. Rieger and Company Distillery, Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. Discover the latest HVAC, plumbing, and trade solutions with companies like Honeywell and Aprilaire and 20-plus other vendors at the Kansas City Wind Supply Group Vendor Showcase, Thursday, October 23rd, 3 to 6 at J. Rieger and Company Distillery. Plus, enjoy complimentary food, drinks, tours, prizes, and networking. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
The pitch. Swinging a ground ball to third is fair! Fair ball! Up the left field line. Here's Cologne. And the Royals win it.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll get back to that.
Still sounds so good. 11 years to the day later, huh? 11 years to the day that the Royals had that big moment. I still think with all the highlights that we've played, guys, and all the Chiefs success that we've had and the Royals success that we've had, I don't think any highlight hits better for people than that highlight right there by Ryan Lefevre and Salvador Perez. That was our generation's first holy crap, we're actually good moment in sports in Kansas City. And it was the beginning of what we've been on now for this 11-year ride that has just been absolutely unbelievably awesome when you think about it, right? I mean, when you hear about that call and you hear about that call, you put yourself right in that moment of where you were, what you were doing, and remembering, man, that was the greatest night of our lives. It really was, because it was the beginning of everything that we are experiencing right now. That hit got the Royals to the World Series, carried over to the next year. The successes of the Royals turned into the successes of the Chiefs. And here we sit. And also, we're 11 years removed from that night where they said Tom Brady was dead. Remember that? When Tom Brady was dead and Bill Belichick kept saying, on to Cincinnati, on to Cincinnati. Kind of reminds me of what we have going on here with, like, Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, they're dead. They're no good. They're dead. They're no good. And then they come out and put up 40 points or whatever it was the other day against the Bengals minus the 3 that Butker left on the field. And the Ravens, yeah. No, Butker, he left 3 on the field. What did I say? The Bengals, they put up 4, yeah. Against the Ravens, they put up the 40 points. And you have the situation that we're living in right now, and it all started right there. That was kind of the first moment of it. But they said that, after that game, game in Arrowhead the night before the wild card game where all the Royals were at. I mean, it was just a great scene at Arrowhead. Oh, he's done. He's washed. Tom Brady no more. Goes on to win 2 more Super Bowls, right? You want to write off Patrick Mahomes. Remember, media, when you wrote off Tom Brady and what Tom Brady did after you told him he was done and Bill Belichick said it was on to Cincinnati, he went on and won 2 more Super Bowls with the Patriots and 1 more with Tampa Bay. So you want to count Patrick Mahomes out, fine. Remember 11 years ago today when you all said Tom Brady was done too.
Sidebar conversation, because I think I know both of your answers. What was a better comeback to watch live? Mahomes against Houston or Salvador Perez against the A's?
That, because it was the first, and it was the roller coaster of emotion. You're right, it was. But that, I mean, the first that we've had.
That the playoffs, it was like, here we go. We did it against the Colts all the time. And then it was like always losing the Colts, up big against the Colts with Donnie Avery and Alex Smith. That's right. And then lose that game, and it's a pitiful night. It's sleeting, it's cold. And then all of a sudden, here we are again, down 24-0. And you're like, again?
Again, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you run out of fireworks, and you win the game. And then Post Malone's in concert later that night, and Mahomes and Kelsey show up. And then you go back in time, and you think about, the Salvador Perez instance where Ventura comes in. It's 7-3, and you're like, seen this before. At least we got there. And then all of a sudden, you're everybody's George Brett pulling your hair out going, what the I just watched.
I think it's the baseball because it was our first win in the postseason of our generation, right? Like early 90s stuff with the Chiefs. Nobody really remembers that anymore, right?
Everyone forgets about Niall Davis taking kickoff against Houston Texans.
Yeah, but this was before that. I mean, and then they do forget about Niall Davis with that win down in Houston. But this was the one that got us going in the right direction. And really, I think it flipped the entire mentality of this city because for so long it was, St. Louis is better, Chicago's better, we can't. And then all of a sudden, Salvador Perez delivers that wild card thing, and then all of a sudden it was like, we can do anything we want. And everybody's wearing a KC Heart T-shirt, like the city pride that developed because of Salvador Perez in that wild card game, and then that run that this team had to the postseason. It made us embrace our town better than we've ever embraced it before, and it united everybody. I still go back to October of 2014 being the greatest month that we've ever had because everybody was in a good mood. Nobody was fighting about anything. Nobody had any differences. Nobody cared. We were all on this baseball run together, and we didn't know when it was going to end. We didn't know if it was going to end. And then all of a sudden, the Royals won 8 straight games, and we're going, holy crap, we're in the World Series, man. Like, it happened so fast, and it gave us the opportunity, I believe, in Kansas City to say we can instead of figuring out reasons why we can't. And since then, we've gotten the NFL draft, we've had Super Bowls, we've had parades, we've had, the World Cup is coming to Kansas City. And I do believe it was that moment that unlocked everything for us. If we lose that wild card game, who knows what happens, right? Who knows where we are as a sports town? But I know from talking to many of those people in that Chiefs organization, when the Royals won it that night, that was the switch that flipped for them and went, all right, enough of the baseball team always being better than us in Philadelphia, in Kansas City, full speed ahead and let's go. And things changed for the better in Kansas City because of that hit in the sports world. Our lives are completely different because of that.
And you'd say the football game.
At the time, yes, but looking back on it, the baseball game, just because I didn't know the significance and all of the Royals' downfalls and the history, and I didn't know that as much. I was 15, 16, whatever it was. So, but like looking back on it, no, those Royals times, those Royals runs were incredible. I mean, me and my mom spent every night watching those games together, watching that team together, going out, banging pots and pans. It was electric. It was nostalgic to look back on now, and yeah, what I'd give for that again, that was incredible.
I don't know that we'll ever experience that again, guys. Like, I was looking at the attendance numbers this year for the Royals. They had a really good season. I think people are forgetting, like, now that we're removed from it, again, being above 500 is a pretty good season. Do you realize that this year there were only 90,000 more people that went to the ballpark this year from last year? And this is coming off a playoff season. Wow. From 14 to 15, the Royals had almost an increase of 1 million in attendance. This year, they only had 90,000 increase in attendance, right? I was like, wow, that's a really low number. But then you look at the TV numbers that they released yesterday. Every platform in Major League Baseball is up like 25%. They have the greatest TV numbers they've ever had. So everybody's consuming the game at home, I guess, instead of in person.
Yeah, MLB viewership increased across MLB TV partners, while MLB TV and NHK in Japan both set all-time record viewership numbers. Fox was up 9%, FS1 was up 10%, TBS insane spike. They were up 29%.
Crazy.
With MLB viewership. Sunday Night Baseball is back. It was up 21%. Most watched season ever in Japan. They were up 20%. And then MLB TV, a 34% increase, most watched season ever, as baseball is completely thriving. And that's why when we said before we went to break that, like, there are stats that prove it, because people will say, oh, baseball, like, too bad I couldn't watch the Royals. Well, you did.
You did.
And maybe not you, Frank. I didn't. That's funny.
Well, hey, this may be the last day he watches anything.
Can't wait, baby. At least I'm at library. Let's go. One of them. But no, it's the numbers are there. And, I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday who lives in St. Louis. He's like my best friend. And he was talking to me about how, like, baseball was, it was kind of making this surge. He's like, I'll be honest with you. He's like, in the past, like the Cardinals didn't have their, typical season, and sky's falling over there as well. But, like, in the past, when football season starts, a lot of people are like, I don't care that baseball's on. And, obviously I love baseball more than any sport there is, and I still watched the Royals game all the way up. I didn't watch the last game of the season, I'll say that, because I didn't need to. It was like 9-0 in the 5th inning. But you look at what baseball has done, and it is in this renaissance. It is in this new age, and there are many different things that make baseball a little more valuable and more entertaining than it has in the past. Number one, the most important thing that baseball has done to change itself is that they have listened to the fans.
Yes, they have.
And I say that, and you can laugh and scoff at it as you're in your, way to work. But, like, the pitch clock is an example. The ABS system is an example that's coming next year.
Yep.
The ghost runner on second is there. And I think I saw a thing on Twitter. I'm pretty sure this was the number. There were 3 games that lasted longer than 3 hours this year, and 2 of them went to extra innings. And those extra innings, you're looking at maybe like an 11th, 12th inning because there's a man on second. They're going to score more often than not. It's not going to go 19 innings. The game's not going to be, 5 hours long. And not only that, but, like, during the school months, most baseball teams moved their game starts up 30 minutes. That's also listening to the fan.
Yep.
I think the number 2 most important thing of why baseball is getting its mojo back is because the talent is getting better.
Yep.
And part of that is we're not waiting, years to bring up these kids that are doing well in the minor leagues. They're moving through the systems faster, and we've seen that with rookies playing this year. And I know that Caglione didn't live up to the hype that maybe I gassed him up to be, or maybe that people expected him to be, but he made the show. And I think the third part about this, and you might laugh about this, but I truly believe this, is the renaissance of the baseball card industry.
There's no question that's huge.
You look at, the way that value has gone up. You see how many of these guys that were literally drafted in the MLB draft last year, and they made their appearance. You look at Jack Caglione, Roman Anthony, among other players that came up. Paul Skeens is another one of those guys that he was a huge name that coming out of college.
Everybody with Oakland.
And you look at Nick Kurtz. You look at Jacob Wilson. The rookie of the year is Nick Kurtz. His card value skyrocketed. Jacob Wilson's card skyrocketed. Caglione for a while was like one of the most sought after cards in baseball. The Royals with Bobby Witt Jr., who's one of the best baseball players. And you put all this stuff together, and you think about it from a perspective of Gene Watson, who's in his 50s, collecting baseball cards.
Yes!
I'm in my late 30s collecting baseball cards. Alex Gold's in his younger 30s doing the same thing. There's kids that are 16, 17 years old. Go to a card show sometime. You'll see kids with thousands of dollars of cards in their hands and cash, and they're 16, 17 years old. You're seeing these kids that are 21, 22 getting called up to the big leagues and performing well. Kurtz, Anthony, not Cags, but it's coming. And you see those names and they stay relevant because, who'd they draft 2 years ago? Oh, this kid, what's he doing? Playing right field.
Yeah.
It's there. It's proof. And then not only that, but they've listened to the fans and sped the game up to where on a Tuesday night when you've got to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and your kids have to go to school at 6 o'clock in the morning, you can go to a game at 6:40 and you can leave the ballpark at 8:30.
Yeah, you can. You get out fast now. The games move along and they're entertaining and there's star power in the game right now.
And the stats and the numbers prove
that. Yeah, and they do. And they absolutely do. I mean, and look, we're watching, baseball have this renaissance right before our eyes. And you're right. I do think the card industry is a bigger driver for the popularity of the game than you want to give it credit for. Because look, when I was a kid, that's all we did was collect baseball cards and watch baseball on TV. And then we went out and played baseball. Now, obviously, times were different in the 80s than they are right now. It was we were smoking cigarettes in 4th grade and things like that, right? But I think what really is interesting, though, is that card game because we were so into the baseball cards. We knew every player player. We knew every single team. We knew who was on the teams. We knew the batting orders. We followed that game intently when we were kids, and a big reason was the card industry. And then the card industry did dissipate for a very long time. It was gone. It was not around. And now all of a sudden the card industry is back and baseball's at an all-time popular high. I mean, the correlation is absolutely 100% there. And so I think right now, when you look towards the future, Dusty, you and I were talking about it before the show started this morning, and they're talking about a lockout after next season, right? Like you're on a legit heater right now. You're getting ready to have new marketing deals with many new television providers. People are interested in your game. People are consuming your game at a record pace on television right now. And you want to find a way to F all that up and have a work stoppage. This time next year, we're going to be talking about a work stoppage probably in Major League Baseball.
Classic baseball, when it's going well, they tend to F it up, right? Like you look at the steroid era, like in the 90s, like when McGuire and Sosa were going back and forth and everybody was going home to turn on WGN because the Cardinals and Cubs played each other 21 times or whatever it was. And there was a chance you're going to see McGuire and Sosa hit one, if not both of them hit one deep. Barry Bonds in the early 2000s to 2001, that great year that he had. And then it all just gets nipped away because of something that gets in the way. And I hope that this stoppage doesn't kill this momentum, because this momentum is a tidal wave of fierce and force, and baseball is making that comeback, and it is fun to watch. And unfortunately, there are some things that could, affect that, and I hope that doesn't, and hopefully they can get to an agreement.
Yeah, and the problem is that you have owners that just don't care about the sanctity of the game anymore, and you have a players' union that they view as very weak right now, and so they feel they have an opportunity to get control of this game and get what they want. And if the players' union is truly weak, then you need to get them to crumble really, really fast, because you can't have a work stoppage. You've got to get everybody on the same page, and it just doesn't look like they are at this point in time. And that's really going to be sad for Major League Baseball to take something that's really, because next year's going to be even better. I mean, we're going to have more young players up. We're going to have more interest in Major League Baseball. The playoffs this year aren't featuring many big market teams. You got Cincinnati, you got Cleveland, you got Detroit, And I think people can be excited about that. And then you get 365 days from now, we're all going to be going, well, it's probably going to end, and we're probably not going to have a 27 season.
Oh, yes. The segment that makes about 5 to 6 people pissed off. Well, you don't have to enter the library. You can go somewhere else.
Kiss my ass.
We don't need yelling. I've tried to give the library a chance, and I just can't. Thanks for listening, Carl. We start this week's. There are, how many books do we have today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 books available to check out for you today. We start with the best author narrative book of the season. Mm-hmm. You guys want to go with Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen?
Ooh, tough one.
Here's the synopsis of both books. Patrick Mahomes, 938 yards passing. 9 total touchdowns, 2 of them are rushing, 1 interception, not his fault. His QBR is 94.2. He has a 61.3% completion percentage. Moving on to Josh Allen, 964 yards, 10 total touchdowns, 3 of them rushing, 1 interception as well. A QBR of 109 and a completion percentage of 70%. So I ask, which best author book are you taking?
Oh, it's Patrick Mahomes. I mean, Josh Allen's opponents are 1-12.
Okay, well,
yep.
That's not part of the
I'm going with Patrick Mahomes. It's common opponents here? No. Patrick Mahomes is beating good teams. Josh Allen's beating teams that are combined 1-12. So I'll go with Patrick Mahomes. And to engineer an offense that's been, for the first couple of weeks of the season, down on their luck. Patrick Mahomes.
You need to engineer that voice level down.
No, I don't. Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
I'd say.
Don't follow suit.
No, I mean, it's Mahomes, because Allen's got the best offensive line. He's got a great running game right there for him. He's got things in front of him. Like, he's an author that's got ghostwriters. Mm-hmm. Mahomes doesn't have ghostwriters.
Mahomes doing it all by himself.
Yep.
Ghost ride the whip. We talk about a runaway story. This involves running backs. Who you taking? Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs?
I'm going Jahmyr Gibbs. I just like him.
I like the way he stands in the backfield.
No, they're both amazing.
Oh, Ashton Genty changed his stance and changed his whole game.
Michael Myers, baby. I'll go Bijan Robinson, but it's really close. But yeah, Bijan is so good.
He's one of the best.
Yep.
Could you imagine him in red and yellow?
Yes, please.
Who would you rather see in red and yellow?
For Gibbs. Yep, he fits this more.
Gosh, fantasy novel, Jahmyr Gibbs. We move on to bigger flops of the season. The Houston Texans or the Baltimore Ravens?
Baltimore Ravens. Houston Texans are still one of those teams that we really care about them. Do you really care about the Texans? The Baltimore Ravens go into every season kind of like us here, Pittsburgh. You expect to win. You expect to be on top. You expect to have a good defense. None of that's working. That's the bigger flop. And all the injuries, too. That's the bigger flop.
Apparently the rules aren't working either. Did you know they don't play this type of music in libraries? Thank you, text line.
They should. Yeah, it's Baltimore. You could make the case for Houston just because of the division, but it's Baltimore. Also, hot take, both these teams are making the playoffs.
Sorry, I had a little thumb. Hot tea.
The Ravens will. I don't know about the Texans.
Better battle axe story. Mike Vrabel, Robert Saleh.
I'm just going to go Saleh because he actually went out there and wanted to fight. I haven't seen Vrabel confront another coach like that yet.
No, you haven't. In training camp, he was in the middle of a dog pile with blood coming from his face.
Yeah, but he wasn't.
They were in pads.
He wasn't going after another coach after the game like Saleh did.
Oh, yeah, Liam Cohen, that guy's really threatening.
Yeah, he's tough.
Tyreek Hill could beat Liam Cohen up right now with one leg.
That's true.
And that's a rude comment from the library. I apologize.
I'll go Vrabel. I've stood next to that man. He's scary.
Yeah, you don't watch out for that.
That's scary.
Last story of being able to check out this week in the library. Bigger underrated story this year. Roma Dunze or Quentin Johnson?
Well, it's Quentin Johnson for me because I've been all over this guy for 2 years being terrible, and he's been really good this year. Better than really good. Yeah, he's on that great level this year. He's been fantastic.
Roma Dunze, third in the league in touchdowns.
Roma Dunze is clearly the number one in Chicago, but yeah, I'll go with Quentin Johnson. I mean, 2 years of just being ass after being a first-round pick, and now you look like the first-round pick.
Yeah, which is why you can't close the book on people, Yeah, everybody wants to judge everybody in week one, their first game, and all this. This guy's a bust. Here we are in year 3, and Quentin Johnson's now one of the best wide receivers in the NFL.
It sucks.
Takes time.
It does. It sucks for them too, because if they had if they had Slater with those 3 wide receivers and McConkey, Johnston, and Keenan, thank you. Yeah, damn. Did we do? Is there one more? The false prophet?
No false prophet.
No false prophet.
Unless you have an extra book you'd like to check out and create your own story.
No.
Feel free. No. I mean, there are no rules anymore in the library. That is the library here on 96.5 The Fan. The Lycans Library officially closed on a Tuesday. Sports Talk on 96.5 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King this season. Dwight faces his most dangerous adversities, yet forcing him to fight for everything he's built and protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sundays exclusively on Paramount Plus. Yeah, look, going back to some of those things. Oh, yeah, there is a false prophet story. 49ers or Colts. We forgot to do that one.
Mm-hmm. It's the Colts.
Yeah, I think so. They're the surprise team. Last year was the Commanders. This year it's the
But they're false.
But they're false,
You don't believe
You don't believe in them, yeah.
Oh.
We'll get you a dictionary at the library.
Yeah, false means fake. It's a derivative of the word fake. Get bent, which means not true.
Like David Koresh.
I mean, both these are false, but less false is the Colts. Yeah.
Who's the bigger fake? It's the Colts.
The 49ers. Yeah.
Oh, see, no, I think it's the Colts. It's Daniel Jones, man. At least Brock Purdy has proven that he can get you, to the postseason. And Daniel Jones, fell.
Brock Purdy proved that with the best team in all of football.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that anymore. That roster is depleted.
It gets depleted by the day. Yeah. I saw the guy who got shot last year. The wide receiver may not play this week now. They're losing everybody out there in San Francisco right now. And they continue to find ways to just turn along. The Colts are, that guy flipping the ball before he went into the end zone and all this.
We didn't talk about that.
A.D. Mitchell, but
we'll talk about it later.
Is it Ad Mitchell? I'm actually going to defend him.
Oh, I'm excited. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's it. What, 8 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Coming up on the other side, it is a Tuesday, so it's tough Tuesdays before we get into other Tuesday stuff. Here on 96.5 The Fan, you're home for Kansas City Sports.
I just want to win, Jen.
This is Fescoe and Dusty. Tune in to hear from ESPN's Nate Taylor every Thursday at 8:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, folks, in Missouri, you can now play on the Underdog app. That's right. You can select entries and win money right now in the state of Missouri. And football season is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action. I was in on the action over the weekend on Sunday for the NFL, on Saturday for college. Now with the baseball playoffs here, you can start combining selections from each sport into one entry like I like to do and have so much fun on the Underdog app. And playing's easy. Just choose whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. And once you get your entries right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. So download the Underdog app today and sign up with promo code BOB to score $100 in bonus funds when you play your first $5 with promo code BOB. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
He's a world arm wrestling champion, Michael Todd.
I'm globally known as Monster Michael Todd. I'm 52 years old. I've won 23 world titles and 36 national titles.
This tough guy never backs down, but a horrible bicep injury almost ended his career. Enter QC Kinetics and life-changing regenerative treatments.
Most people thinking that I'd never be able to compete again. Within 8 months, I became number 5 overall in the world. Now I'm marching towards that number 1 spot.
So how did he do it?
I'm a big regenerative medicine kind of guy. Once I found out about QC Kinetics, I wanted to try their protocol.
Those treatments use a patient's own orthobiologics concentrated and placed into the troubled area to help heal and restore the damage. No scalpels or harmful meds, just long-term relief.
QC Kinetics definitely have helped me be able to live this dream and be able to do what I want to do and continue to do it for a lot more years.
When the others say, time for surgery, you're finished. Not so fast. Call QC Kinetics. The consultation's totally free.
Call QC Kinetics. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays, call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Specific promotional offers are not available in Mississippi, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
This is James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. I am excited to announce our new low rate of 4.5%. That's right, 4.5%. Your home's equity is higher than ever. Use your equity to pay off high-interest credit cards, pay off student loans, or just lower your monthly payment. And skip 2 months of mortgage payments. Our cash-out customers save an average of more than $1,000 a month. You could be saving that too. Imagine what you could do with an extra $1,000 every month. And don't forget, if your loan doesn't close, we'll pay for your appraisal. We make the process fast and easy, often getting your cash in as little as 14 days. Take advantage now of our 4.5% rate before it's too late. Call 913-890-GOLD today. That's 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, cured my blues.
5.442 APR, FHA 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit, additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Stay comfortable year-round with fast, reliable service 24/7, even weekends and holidays. Already invested in repairs? Save up to $4,500 on a new HVAC system. Schedule today at AnthonyPHCE.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 470 westbound, very heavy. You're hitting delays past View High Drive. Just crawls for the better part of 2 miles over towards Blue Ridge Boulevard. Not quite to Blue Ridge with a problem blocking the left lane. 71 northbound, still rolling from 87th up to Gregory. Allen Carr, 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Back at it on a Tuesday here on 96.5 The Fan. Playoff baseball starts today, baby. I know that I'm hard, big time, early today, I believe.
Cardinals. Guardians and Tigers lead things off today, right?
Yeah, 12:08 our time. Yep. I believe that's on what, TBS probably?
No, they're all on ABC or ESPN. I think ESPN has the first game, and then the next 3 are on ABC or vice versa. Either way, it's the ABC ESPN family of networks that have all the baseball games today.
Tigers, Guardians at noon. Padres, Cubs at 2.
Yep.
And then the big one, Boston in the Yankees at 5:08.
Huge month coming up for Aaron Judge. No player in baseball right now in the postseason has more pressure on them than Aaron Judge. Maybe no player in sports, other than maybe Josh Allen, has more pressure on them to deliver a championship than Aaron Judge does at this point in time, because he'll go down as the guy who hasn't won a championship with the Yankees, does all this great stuff in, April through September, and then October comes around, and boy, where does Aaron Judge go? So it's going to be another postseason where everybody is watching Aaron Judge. I mean, it was on the back page of the New York Post today, Aaron Judge, and what he's going to do, and it's Judgment Day and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it's time for him to cash in and win a championship, man. It's been too long, and if you don't win one in New York, you're not looked at as one of those legends.
Well, before we get started on Tough Tuesdays, just real quick, I got hungry from the text line 816. Wow, Hy-Vee breakfast, amazingly good. 3 eggs over easy, great hash browns, bacon, sausage, toast with deli. Thanks, Bob. Delicious.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely
that sounds
delicious.
Really good.
Yeah,
Dang, I'm jealous.
I'm glad that you went to Hy-Vee. You take our word for it. Go there for breakfast every morning. You'll see Rob Maloney at the 135th and Antioch location. Yes. Ball dome. It's glowing. And tell him, hey, I want eggs. I mean, it is fantastic. I take the kids there sometimes on the weekends for breakfast. Hy-Vee does it all. And don't forget, Thursday is steak night at Hy-Vee, too. $12. You get your steak. You get your potato. You get your green beans. You get all of that for $12 at Hy-Vee every single Thursday. They got $8 dinners every single night at Hy-Vee, and of course the gas savings. You saved big on gas yesterday too, didn't you?
Always.
I saved 47 cents yesterday. What'd you get?
42.
42. Look at you yesterday. Big
I have
day.
a 20-gallon tank, and it cost me $43.
Yeah, that's great.
Dang.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And they got Velos for $2.45. There we go. I mean, the guy was like a classic stoner. He's like, "Do you have a chopper?" He's a chopper. He goes, "Do you have a Hy-Vee fuel saver?" I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "Gonna need it for these Velos, man." And I was like, "Why?" He's like, $2.50. I was like, "Oh, you got a log?"
Smash.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's I enjoy it. It's feeding the addiction, but also filling me up for half the price. That I didn't mean to say out loud, but it is a tough Tuesday. I should probably just put my own name in there for that. But no, it was nice to see. Bob also humbled me very quickly after I texted him. I was like, dude, $43, fill up my gas tank. He goes, it's amazing that $2.50 per gallon is what we're celebrating these
Right.
days.
No, it's true. Gas has been $2.99 or $2.89 for years now, right? It has not moved in price, and you get it for $2.50, you save some money. We're like, man, I got gas for $2.50. I'm like, yeah, when I was in college, it was 79 cents per gallon, but I'm not in college anymore, so here we sit.
That is crazy. Micah in Denver with a great stat here. DeMarcus Robinson, Sky Moore, and MVS about to ball out as the wide receiver trio and then 49ers. That is nuts.
DeMarcus Robinson, Sky Moore, and who was the third one?
MVS.
MVS. He's there too.
Yep. That's insane. We'll see how good Brock Purdy is.
Exactly right.
One guy won a Super Bowl with those three.
That is
not
true.
fair.
Yeah.
Oh, tweet, Micah. Or text.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's great.
It's so good.
Tough Tuesday. Mac, you're top of the list. Go ahead.
I've got some audio from our guy. It's Brian Callahan. He's going to keep showing up on this Tough Tuesdays, man.
Is Buck Rising going to go cuss him out in a press conference?
I think Buck Rising's probably loving every second of this.
Yeah, this is a disaster
Catastrophic
down there,
failure.
man.
I mean, when you're the worst team in football, you don't want to add more content, add more fuel to the fire.
Sure
It's
you
exactly
do.
what Callahan's doing. Here we go.
Do you think this is a resilient and relentless football team?
Brutal
I know what
question.
you're doing there, Paul. I know what you're doing, and I'm not going to answer that right now.
Well, I mean, those are the themes that you've tried to
Yeah,
catch on this football team. You're 20-some games in,
Yeah.
and you're stuck.
I'm going to just compose myself here before I say something I regret. But yes, I think this team is resilient. I think it is relentless. We haven't played good enough football, and I think those are two very distinct, different things. We have to execute at a better level. We have to coach better. That's really all I can say.
26-0 loss to the Houston Texans.
exactly.
Resilient.
I know Paul sucks, but
I was going to say, I'm not a fan of the questioning. For a man who's been banned by a baseball team to say that was kind of cringe by that reporter. He's trying to F with that coach.
He's rage
and I'm not in on
For
that.
sure
yeah.
he's baiting. He threw the line out there.
Yeah.
And the guy, he's like, come on.
I know what you're doing, Paul.
You want the dollar? You want the dollar? Come get the dollar.
Yeah, but I mean, at least good on Callahan for not giving him what he wanted in that situation. But I always cringe when reporters do that kind of stuff because you're in there and you're doing that for you. You're not. The fan doesn't care about that kind of stuff. You're trying to make a name for yourself. What was the guy's name? Paul Davis?
Yeah, let's go that.
Yeah.
Do you think this team's resilient? I know what you're doing there,
Yeah,
Paul.
come on. What are we doing with that question? But nonetheless, I mean, we all know this is a dead man walking in Tennessee, right?
When he's got a quarterback who does not mince words, so
Yeah.
that doesn't
No,
bode
he
well
keeps
for him
it
either.
buck.
Yeah, keeps it a buck, baby.
Yeah.
Buck Rising. Uncle Buck. Did you see Macaulay Culkin paid homage to John Candy in the documentary and dressed up as Uncle Buck?
Oh, he
had the
did?
stogie,
I
the
did.
drill,
I missed
the
that.
hat.
Oh, is there a
Nice.
John Candy doc
It's
out
coming
now,
out.
too? It's coming
Yep.
out. I'm interested in the Expos one that's coming out on October
Who
21st.
killed the Expos?
I can't wait. Those for me are just like sucker watches. I love every minute
It
of
was
it.
George
and want
Bush.
more.
He created the Washington Nationals.
Yeah, it was all him. Yeah,
It was trading Randy Johnson, Pedro Martinez, Andre Scalaraga. Like,
I mean, everybody. Tom
anybody
Brady.
that was good.
Yeah, they had everybody on that team.
Vladimir
and
Guerrero.
The strike probably hurt them as much as it hurt anybody in '94, and you know they were winning and all that kind of stuff. But they kind of let that team go to hell.
Yeah.
You know, in Montreal, sold it to the wrong people, and now here we sit with no Expos. And what we got the Marlins. Thank God they played the Jets last night. My Tough Tuesday goes to A.J. Brown, and he is on pace for one of his worst seasons ever, but a very, very meh type of season. Why aren't they trading this guy? I mean, I know the coach yesterday said he wants to be in Philadelphia. Does he? Are we sure about that? Sure doesn't seem like he wants to be in Philadelphia. He's on pace for 59 receptions, 642 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 10.8 yards per reception. Not bad for a nobody, but this is A.J. Brown, allegedly one of the better wide receivers out there right now. New England needs a wide receiver. That seems like a match made in heaven right there, especially with the connection to Vrabel that A.J. Brown has had
New England's got
down in
Booty.
Tennessee.
Or Butt. Is it
Booty.
Butt? Is it Booty?
They have General Booty up there in
Yeah,
New
of
England?
course,
Or
yeah.
Pirates Booty. So
Damn, he's not even on pace for 700 yards.
no, he's not.
Wow.
Yeah. So
But
A.J. Brown.
but Justin Fields and Nick Sirianni are the Brady and Belichick of the modern era.
That's right.
So go ahead and slam the overs on A.J. Brown's catches and yards in this next game. Did you see the video of him and
Devontae,
Smith walking
yeah.
out all depressed looking?
They're pissed.
That's a Justin Fields. That's a
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts problem.
Yeah, but you know what? They've won 18 in a row. Jalen Hurts is one of 3 quarterbacks in NFL history to win 18 straight games. I mean, it's wild that Philadelphia has won 18 in a row.
0 passing yards in the second half.
I know it was terrible in the second half for them
insane.
yesterday. Who's going to beat Philadelphia?
Denver this week.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah, it could be a good game.
I think you're right about that.
Denver possesses something that they could have a problem with, and that is a fantastic front four. And if they can get Jalen Hurts off his rocker and make him try to throw the ball, and then you have that secondary out there in Denver.
Yep.
I know they played Jake Browning and the Cincinnati Bengals last night, but it didn't matter who the quarterback was last night for Cincinnati. The way that Denver was in that backfield after every single snap, it was like smothered and covered like hash browns at Hy-Vee.
Yeah, no, it really was. I mean, what do you think the Giants' defensive front is going to do to Philadelphia, too? They're going to get after Philadelphia in a big way. Like, everybody thinks this Philadelphia team is just going to waltz through the season. I don't think that they are. Once they start playing some better defenses and teams that are healthy, it's going to be very difficult. They're winning games, but they are the Chiefs of last year. I don't know that they have that winning pedigree that the Chiefs have had from all of those years. They're starting to. They're not quite there yet.
Final Tough Tuesday goes to James Franklin for me.
Can't win the big one.
He's
terrible.
He is now 4-21 against teams ranked in the top 10 of the AP poll, with the latest edition losing to Oregon and Dan Lanning. I don't know what he was on at the end of that game, but he was
I think
zooted.
we do.
Yeah. I think he found Quinn Snyder's stash or something, but, man, he was on a whole nother level. As James Franklin, man, it's just at what point is, I know they were decent last year. They got to the playoffs and everything like that.
Yeah.
They were projected to win the national championship this year as an early favorite. But, man, 4-21.
It's also a matter
top
of
10 teams.
Of who you're going to get, though, that's going to turn that around and do better than that. And that's because you do have a really good head coach. If James Franklin's on the street, every school's probably trying to hire James Franklin, right? So you want to make a change because of that if you're at Penn State, but also you have to realize it could get worse. Everybody thinks it's always going to get better. There's not many great coaches out there, guys. There aren't. And I think James Franklin is one of those. He's got to figure that out on how to get over that hump. But, man, if you let him go, I'm sure somebody will pounce on James Franklin like it's nobody's business.
And they still have Indiana and Ohio State.
Yeah, well, good luck to you, Penn State. Because that's Cinzetti, pizza guy.
By the end of the season, he could be 4-23 against top 10 opponents.
Yeah.
And at what point is he just the Marty Schottenheimer of college football? Like, right? Like, we always said to ourselves, like, well, if you don't have Marty, then who? And it took us until Dick Vermeil to figure that out. And then after that, it was like, well, if not him, then who? And then we, fell in the Andy Reid situation.
Yeah, but look at all those bad years you had. And, I mean, it's a long time to you.
Well, and they had to revamp that entire
and that's
university.
The thing, yeah. I mean, and he's kind of been the guy who came in and cleaned up that entire place where you're not embarrassed to say Penn State anymore. It was a bad situation there. He's kind of come in and cleaned that whole thing up. And so, he's not good against ranked opponents. But, man, I think if you were to let him go, any team would be anxious to hire James Franklin.
Yeah, got to beat that.
God, though, it's bad.
It's tough. Coming up on the other side, the league better get ready because Mac's from 6 to midnight after watching one offensive production from the Kansas City Chiefs here at 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports. I know that I'm hard.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Trent McDuffie, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Let me tell you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com because I'm sure you've got a car that you're trying to get rid of. Well, I can tell you how to do it easily with GiveMeTheVin.com because they want to buy your car, whether it is your daily driver pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with all those dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes. That is way above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll even come to you. It's as easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Hit it, boys.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You don't need to be a financial MVP right out of the gate. At Main Street Credit Union, we're here to coach you through it. No matter where you're at, lining up for your first play or deep in the game, we'll help you move the ball forward. From building credit to launching a business. Because here, it's not just about money, it's about progress and having a team that's got your back. Learn more at mainstreetcu.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Paid for, client portrayal, and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
After my car wreck, there was a lot I didn't know.
I do know. If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this. Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow Service. Heading out of Lee Summit, 470 westbound, gets heavy at 350. Stays very slow over to View High Drive with an accident blocking the left lane. Past that, it bogs down again before Raytown Road. Stays heavy past Raytown Road with an accident in the left lane there. Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident, call Jay's Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all, so be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Wildcat fans, this is Wyatt Thompson. Tune in all season long to the play-by-play of the 2025 football season, right here on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey Sports Station.
7 o'clock hour here on a Tuesday. I hope you're all enjoying your morning so far. Nice, brisk little air this morning. Had to let the afro catch the air this morning. We're just gonna keep growing this thing out, I guess. See what happens.
Did you come 35 today? 69, 35?
No, I went 35 to Null.
To Null, 435 to Null. Did you go 35, 69 at all today?
No,
445, there were two accidents on 35, one on the left-hand side and like an eighth of a mile up, one on the right. I mean, and these cars were as mangled as you could possibly get, like just destroyed. And of course, it's about 4:45 in the morning. There's not many people out, but there's enough people when there's an accident like that. It kind of slows down a little bit, and everybody's here comes lifted truck nuts guy, right down the middle. I mean, just like a total D-bag that he is. At 4:45 in the morning, there's two, and I'm not going to get in here and say they were deadly. I don't know. But I looked at these cars; they looked like you crushed 2 tin cans. I mean, it was bad, and it was the end, and they were kind of cleaning it all up and moving everything off the roads and getting ready for rush hour. And here comes lifted truck nuts guy right down the middle of all of this, speeding, doing like 75, 80 miles an hour, while everybody's trying to dodge these two horrible accidents that had just happened overnight. And exactly, read the room, man. Like, you are not going anywhere where you need to be at 4:45 in the morning that fast. And if
Should
you
have got
are
up early.
Yeah, you should have gotten up earlier if it is. I mean, you put other people's
Daryl.
lives in jeopardy, jerk.
Speaking of two crushed cans, that was Mac after watching this offensive production, like Stone Cold Steve Austin. It's, the beer chug down the hatch.
Exactly.
The offense looked like it had an uptick of massive proportions on Sunday with the addition of just Xavier Worthy. Rashee Rice will be back in 2 weeks. Now he'll miss this game, and then he'll miss the Detroit Lions game, but then be back for that Week 7 action against the Las Vegas Raiders. Mac, you said the league better get ready. That's what you.
I think everyone should be saying that.
Yeah,
right?
everybody should be saying that right now, because what we saw on Saturday or Sunday was the offense finally coming back to life. I had so many people walk up to me yesterday, just guys at the J. I didn't realize one player could make that big a difference. Like, what did we tell you all along? You're going to lose players. You get one guy back. Wow. And then you're going to get another guy back. And even being...
Yeah, remember 2 years ago when the Royals lost Vinny Pasquantino at the worst possible time?
Yeah, right. Yeah, but
Crazy.
but we're also talking about, Patrick Mahomes trying to lead the way with other guys out there that like Tyquan Thornton, who nobody knew 6 months ago in Kansas City, and now probably at the end of the year is going to be a guy that's on one of the buses in the parade and everybody's cheering for because he became such a big part of everything that we're doing here in Kansas City. But if you're sleeping on the Chiefs right now, you're stupid. And number two, if you're sleeping on the Chiefs right now and you're a coach in the NFL, you should be fired, because this is a team that is on the come. I think people need to realize that after what we saw last week, that's just the opening. That's just the beginning. That's just the start of what's to come on offense. And even with all these trials and tribulations that the Chiefs have faced through the first 4 games, they're still scoring on 54% of their offensive drives, which is third best in the NFL behind Daniel Jones and the Colts and the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen. And again, Josh Allen's opponents are a combined 1-12 so far this season. They're not playing world beaters out there.
And if it weren't for Butker's misses, it'd be over 60.
It'd be over 60%. You're absolutely right about that.
Yep.
That you're scoring on 60% of your offensive possessions with this offense that we saw with backup wide receivers and whatever else was going on out there for the first couple of weeks of the season. And now you get Xavier Worthy back, and you're going to get Rashee Rice back, and you were already scoring on, let's say, 60 if Butker makes his kicks. What's it going to be when you have a full complement of guys right now? Like, you better be putting that Vaseline on your nipples this morning.
And it wasn't just, hey, Xavier's back. I don't know about that.
I did. Every morning I put that on there. I don't want the rubbing. It's terrible. When you exercise, it rubs and it bleeds. BBL stinky.
I don't think Xavier, obviously, huge addition. He changed everything. But also, like, the Chiefs changed who they were a little bit, too, from the Giants to the Ravens game. They played bigger. Like, 6 linemen were in that game. Jalen Moore played almost 20 snaps, and it wasn't just that he went in when Gardner Minshew was in for Jawan Taylor. Like, he was in because we were playing heavy sets. Mahomes was under center. That opened up the whole...
It's obese these days. Weight challenge, not heavy set anymore. I was told my whole childhood I was heavy set. Weight challenge.
We were playing obese as hell, and we were running the ball, man, and it worked. And this is a physical football team.
Yeah.
This is a physical football team that can also run past you with Xavier Worthy or Tyquan Thornton. They're dynamic. They changed themselves in 1 week. It really seems like it.
Because they had Xavier Worthy, and so they were able to change themselves. It's amazing what you can do when you have your full complement of players, regardless of what sport it is. I know we live in a mythical world where the next man up, we just believe that's going to happen, because it has for a little bit here in Kansas City. But eventually you get to the point where your next man up is now, well, your number 3 is now your number 1. Your number 2, your number 4 is now your 2. Your number 5 is now your 3. Yeah. I mean, and so you're asking people to, it's not just next man up, it's next 2 men up. And then you're asking people who are good as a 3, now you got to be a 1. Well, I'm not quite a 1. I'm not that guy. I can be your 3. I can't be your 1, but I can be your 3. And they're still finding ways to score. Like, I just think right now where we sit, it's only going to get better from an offensive standpoint. And I can't wait to see what they unleash once Rashee Rice gets back into the equation.
I think what's exciting about it, and I know the Ravens defense was beat up and not fully healthy, but I think the thing that's exciting about what you saw from this offense is that this is still not the A-level offense. This was just a minor wrinkle in what's getting ready to be completely unfolded because of what you look at their skill sets at the receiver positions on this team. because Rashee Rice is going to be your under the middle, going across the field, get the yak yardage. Yes, can he go out and get the sideline pass from Mahomes? Obviously, we have seen that, but that is more of an Xavier Worthy role. So then you now have given the defense an enigma of what you want to do to this Chiefs team, because what we've heard before in the past is that, when they had the Tyreek Hill situation, we're just going to take away the deep threat and we're going to make you beat us with like a ticky-tack, Barcelona style of offense that they use in soccer, which is we'll just go little, death by 1,000, knife, paper cuts or whatever you want to call it. And I think when Rashee Rice comes back, now you open the middle of the field, and if you want to take the top away and not give Xavier Worthy that other part of the field on offense, then we'll just tear you apart in the middle with Rashee Rice, Juju Smith-Schuster, Travis Kelce, that sort of offense. If you don't want to give that up and you're like, okay, we'll let Patrick Mahomes beat us with a 3-point jump shot, he can go out there and do that, because the first time that he and Xavier Worthy were on the field for the second time this year, he threw him a 25-yard out dump pass, put it right in the bucket. Perfect. It looked like they'd done it all year long. And it was like, that was the play that I saw on Sunday where I went, that's back. Yeah, that's there, because last year Xavier Worthy's too close to the sideline. Last year Mahomes overthrows him or underthrows him, and the first time they run that play again on the field for this season, it's on a dot in the bucket, perfect separation, and the whole thing started because Marlon Humphrey went over and showed that he was playing man with Xavier Worthy. Mahomes read it, threw it over the top. You throw in Rashee Rice into that route, then all of a sudden that safety's got to decide, am I going to come up or am I going to go back? And if he goes back, you throw underneath. If he goes forward, let's take a shot. Not only that, you're not mentioning Thornton, Juju, Royals, if he ever gets on the field and plays, Travis Kelce's still an option, and whatever package you want to throw out there, then all of a sudden this offense gets its other weapon back, its actual wide receiver one. And like you had mentioned earlier, that third receiver that's normally your fifth goes back to being your fifth. Yeah. That number one becomes your number one, and Xavier Worthy as a number two. And then all of a sudden you have him and Rice on the field at the same time. I do not think there will be any sort of delays with Rashee Rice when he comes back. I think he is champion at the bit to get back on the field, and I don't think that we will see any sort of like slow burn.
No, first play against the Raiders will be right to him. I mean, that's going to happen,
right? Was the first offensive play in this game on Sunday to Xavier Worthy?
I think it probably was. Yeah,
I thought it was like a quick pass out to Xavier Worthy.
I think they got X involved right away, but that's what Andy does.
Always.
I mean, like if you are the Raiders right now, you put 10 guys around Rashee Rice on the first play of the game because you know that's where they want to go, and then you flip it to the other side, and Worthy goes untouched for a touchdown, right? Like you got to be thinking ahead of these guys, but that's how they always do it. They want to get these guys involved right away, and there's no reason to hold them back. I mean, Rashee Rice hasn't played since week 4 last year. I mean, it's been a very long time since he stepped on the field with the injury and now the suspension and all of this kind of stuff. Like, oh, it's time to go, and it's going to be glorious once this thing gets moving in the right direction and they're at full strength. Come November, everybody's going to be looking around going, I don't understand why we doubted the Chiefs. They're 9-2.
Coming up on the other side, we get to another wide receiver topic, but it's with Dane Hughes on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Nick Bolton, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, my friend Dawn Sharp is the best at the real estate game right here in Kansas City. She's an expert in every neighborhood in town, and she's got a team of folks around her that are second to none. And smart sellers are listing now to beat the rush of new construction and those holiday slowdowns. The Sharp Homes team can help you spend your time better, and your listing gets perfectly captured by the most motivated buyers before that market shifts. That's what they do. They provide a difference for everybody out there. And the Sharp Homes team can also give you options. Do you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Well, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. And they're so easy to locate. Just go to Google and type in Sharp Homes team, and you can find out all the great things that Dawn and her team do. Dawn Sharp and her team spend thousands of marketing dollars every month to attract more buyers, which increases demand and sells homes faster for top dollar. So go to Google, type in Sharp Homes Team. That's Sharp Homes Team, and start packing.
Ready, Set, Ford. That's what Shawnee Mission Ford is all about, bringing meaning to Ready, Set, Ford. Hey, it's Gold. You know I've been driving a new vehicle thanks to my friends over at Shawnee Mission Ford for over a month now, and They offer their customers the largest discounts on every new vehicle, along with aggressive rebates and top trade-in value. And maybe you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle. You're in luck as well, with over 100 pre-owned vehicles to choose from at prices and terms well within any budget. Shawnee Mission Ford is on a mission to do more.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're over 50, it's likely that you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Lee Summit, 470 westbound, hitting delays around the 350 interchange, and that just crawls over towards View High Drive with an accident blocking the left lane. Past that, things pick up and move better briefly, then slow again around Raytown Road. It's heavy with construction set up past Raytown Road with the left lane blocked. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
You hear him on game days in the booth.
Quickly, they get chunky and funky with stretching the fields vertically.
And Thursday nights at 6 during Players Only.
Spitfire, hot fire take.
Here's Chiefs Radio Network color analyst Danon Hughes on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
That's right, hot fire, spit and fire, all sorts of fire, and that's Danon Hughes. It's brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue. Also brought to you by Flight. by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. Dana, we've got some negative Nancy's on the text line that say the Chiefs' offense looked great, but it was against a really crappy defense. What say you when you see the production this past Sunday?
So, yeah, I would say multiple things can be true at the same time. Yes, they were a wounded defense, not what we have become accustomed to seeing from the Baltimore Ravens. I even said that leading into that game. There's very few organizations in all of pro sports that you can attach an identity to that has been long-standing for decades. The Baltimore Ravens have been one of those.
Yep.
Defense has always been at a premium. But it's the nature of the beast in the NFL. I mean, nobody is going to feel sorry for us if one of our stars goes down or if multiple guys are out. There's still depth that has to be a factor, and guys get paid to play the game on defense, offense, special teams. So, I don't feel bad for the Ravens. I don't feel bad for getting a win. I just like the fact that, again, going back to that recipe you guys have always heard me say, you win at home, you beat the teams you're supposed to beat. That's literally one of the best ways to put yourself in a position to get to the promised land in February. And that's what we did. We accomplished that goal. We won a game at home. It's been the first game at home for a while, and we beat a team we're supposed to beat. And even if they were fully healthy, I still feel like we're the better football team. Now, whether the score would have been 37-20, really should have been 37-13, but 37-20.
Or 40-13.
I don't know that. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if the score would have been that had they been fully healthy, but I still feel like we would have won the game, and that's all that really matters.
Yeah, you got the win. You don't apologize for who you play. It's not who you play sometimes. It's when you play them. You take advantage of it. You get the win, and you move along. And it really is. I think people are starting to realize around town and maybe even nationally, because they were so wrong about this team from the national perspective, Dane, and what difference one player can make in Xavier Worthy.
Well, if we didn't know going into the game, I think it's pretty darn clear what it was after the game. And I look at his numbers, but more importantly, I look at the other guys' numbers. You look at Travis Kelce, 5 catches on 5 targets. That had not been the case leading up to this game. So you got to give credit to Xavier Worthy. His presence on the field opens the door for other guys. I think the only 2 players that probably, or I should say 3 players that probably played to the same clip of what they played to leading into this game was Hollywood Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Kareem Hunt, I guess. That's a stretch on Kareem, but in essence, I should say Tyquan Thornton was the 3rd guy. Those 3 guys were pretty consistent in their production leading into this game without Xavier Worthy, but you definitely can feel the presence of Xavier Worthy in the run game and the pass game and how it affects everybody else on the field. Now there's no total focus on Travis Kelce. There's no, we're going to go against your offense and we're going to challenge our DBs to go one-on-one with Hollywood Brown, one-on-one with Tyquan Thornton, one-on-one with Juju Smith-Schuster, and we're just going to double team Travis and see if you can make some noise. And that has not been the case. Now you have to respect every aspect from sideline to sideline and 40-plus yards down the field with Xavier Worthy in the lineup, and everybody else is going to have some production because of it. So it just goes to show how thin the margin is in regards to not just the parity in the NFL, but also when you add explosiveness as part of your arsenal, how things can change so drastically. And I'm here for it, and I just can't wait until we get to week 7 when we get Rashee Rice back in. Now that he can be a part of the meetings, still be a part of understanding the game plan. I mean, he's still young in his career, so to be around that facility, to be amped up, and the adrenaline and the anger or the frustration be building up to the time that he's literally marking on his calendar when he can step back on the field. I think it's going to be a special asset and just a presence that we're going to see from week 7 on, barring any other injuries.
Talking to Dana Hughes here on 96.5 The Fan. Dana, I want to give you some numbers here real quick. Week 1, 8. Week 2, 5. Week 3, 8. Week 4, 19. Those are Brashard Smith's snap counts over the first 4 weeks of the season. That 19 number, to me, is alarming because it says to me that they are starting to begin the phasing out process of maybe Pacheco. Is that maybe hyperbolic, or do you see that as well?
I wouldn't say it's phasing out. I just think it's phasing in of Brashard Smith. And I going into this game, at the kickoff, after the Ravens scored their touchdown, and the fact that Brashard Smith was not out there for the kickoff return unit told me right then. There was some whispers leading into the game that his snap count was going to be elevated, but once he was not present on that opening kickoff return unit, I said, okay, they must have some snaps really in mind for Brashard Smith and explosive plays. Now, he dropped a pass. He had some quality plays after that. But I feel like if you want some explosiveness in your offense, you insert a guy that can do that. Now, to the tune of how that will impact Isaiah Pacheco, I don't know. But I feel like there's a way that all three of those guys can flourish. Remember, Jerick McKinnon was a part of this offense. He got a bulk of plays. He had a package with regards to either third down production or in the red zone or in passing situations. Maybe Brashard Smith is going to assume that aspect of this offense. And again, if we are scoring points and we are leading by multiple scores, then you're going to see Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt get to eat as much as they want in the run game, because now you're just trying to take down the clock, keep the ball away from the opposing team, and utilize what we always call as the 4-minute offense, where everybody knows you're going to run the ball and you still can't stop it. That's kind of what we saw in this last game. And if we can put up 30-plus points a game and put teams on their heels just a bit, then I think everybody's going to be satisfied in the run game.
Dana Hughes, what point of the day on Sunday did you say, okay, Chris Jones is going to be here at this game today?
I think leading into the pregame, and Josh Wingler and I and Joshua Briscoe do the pregame show, and all the reports were about the security that was going to be there. There was even some fans. Josh had tweeted out about getting to the stadium, and it was kind of tongue-in-cheek, a little sarcasm there, and it was funny because there were fans that were actually tweeting back saying, I hope that he has escort. I hope that, of course he's going to have an escort from the airport. So I kind of felt like there was never a doubt. I will say the announcing of the defense and Chris Jones being the last player coming out of the tunnel, that there was a roar from the fans that was as loud as I've ever heard it, whether it's Patrick, whether it was Tyreek back in the day, whether it's been Travis or what have you. It was as loud as I had ever heard it. And I think that was kind of a nod to Chris Jones, what he was going through, condolences to his family, and then just feeling like, how cool is it when you are at your lowest that we have a star player that's still thinking about his team, still thinking about the Chiefs' kingdom, still putting his brothers first, even in, the most tumultuous time that he's going through emotionally, that he's still willing to navigate, to get back on the field, to entertain the fans, and to come through for his brotherhood. So I felt like the fans bought into it, and that's what makes Chiefs Kingdom so special, is that it's not just about the football on the field, but they recognize the big picture. So that was heartwarming to hear.
Yeah, we talked to Derek Johnson yesterday, and he said he had a similar situation. He had lost his father, and he said, he came back and played the game, I think, very shortly after, and said that it was his teammates that, you need in that situation. Have you ever had a situation like that when you were playing in your career? Were you, on the unfortunate part of that as well, where something happened catastrophically and you came back and played in the game because you needed that pick-me-up, or you needed your brothers in armor to kind of be there for you?
Absolutely. It didn't happen to me at the professional level, but in college, actually, my second game starting ever in college as a redshirt freshman, we were playing Iowa State. My grandfather, who I was very, very close with throughout my life, had passed away right before the game. My parents, they only came to a few games in my career from New Jersey just because that's the only way they can make it happen. They were actually out in Iowa for the game, and I scored my first touchdown in that game. I was already an emotional player, but to be even heightened in that situation because of the passing of someone so close to me, you got to be around those that you know love you. Like sitting in a hotel room or sitting in your dorm room or your apartment or house is not going to do anything. Like you are just a well fine-tuned athlete. This is what you do. This is what your routine is. And when people in the regular world lose someone, what do you always say? Just get back to your routine. Just, get through it the way you can emotionally. But the best thing is to be around family, to be around friends, to try to have some normalcy in your life. Well, for a professional athlete, that normalcy is on the football field or the basketball court. So I remember that vividly, and having a big play and my first touchdown of a record career at Iowa was probably just an opportunity to kind of have that last nod to my grandfather and dedicate it to him. So yeah, I've been in that position before, and there was no other place I would have rather have been than on the football field.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It is, man. Danon, we appreciate the time as always. Great story there, and we'll get one in Jacksonville this week.
All right, guys. Monday Night Football. Let's get it.
Yes,
Let's go.
I wonder if Danon and Kling will do a report from that pool that's filled with urine and fans' beer. You should see if Kling will get in that water and do like a live report.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have him on. Well, are we going to have him on Monday, or are we going to wait till Tuesday to have Josh? And we got to figure that out. That's behind the scenes stuff for next week. But if we were going to have him on Monday before the game, then we could tell him to get into that tub and into that pool.
Yeah.
Or we could just tell him right now.
Give us the injury report live from that pool.
Yeah, Josh, you need to do the injury report
and then
live
take
for
a
that.
pH test in there while you're at it.
No.
That's pH test. One word is no, Mac.
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of three, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin. Let's start in last night. One word on the doubleheader of Monday Night Football.
Meh. Yeah. The games were not good. Tyreek Hill's leg is the highlight, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but that's the highlight of what happened on Monday Night Football.
It's the biggest story of the game.
It's the biggest story in sports, I would imagine, at least the NFL today. Obviously, baseball playoffs is probably a bigger story than Tyreek Hill's leg, but it's football. Who knows? Maybe it's not. But we had a broken leg, a very bad performance by the Jets, and then Cincinnati didn't even show up. They were out-yarded, if that's even a word, 512 to 159.
Good hell. Yeah.
How you doing, Mr. Nixon?
Not great. Not great is probably the word he would, or the response he'd give
Relax.
you. Yeah, relax. They're 2-2. They're 500.
Exactly. That's what he said.
Is Jake Browning still the quarterback there?
He is.
Yes.
Do you think they'll trade for Russell Wilson in Cincinnati?
Gosh, I hope not.
I do.
So.
I hope so.
Jameis Winston.
That's who you want to see.
Yeah, go get Jameis.
Go get Jameis. Go get the guy in Atlanta, Kirk Cousins. He's got some extra Coles cash. Goes a little further there than it does in Atlanta.
Call up Ryan Tannehill. He's on the couch.
Yeah, I mean, it works for Joe Flacco. My one word for last night was as advertised. I know that's 2 words, or as advertised. Yeah, 2 words.
Yep.
Because, I mean, last week we're like, oh, we got a doozy on Monday night. Jets and Dolphins and, Bengals and Broncos. And it's exactly what the easiest 2-leg parlay you could have won last night. Spread. Probably, I don't know, plus 285. Could have thrown $40 on there and made your money easily for the rest of the week to put on FanDuel or DraftKings or Underdog. Like, that's literally, that was a dead giveaway of what was going to happen last night. That is not what ESPN and ABC wanted last night.
No, not at all. I mean, it's just ESPN and ABC got to go, we need better than this. They did have their first flex yesterday.
Yes, sir.
New England, New Orleans was moved out of the late window. Why was that ever a national game to begin with? Like, who messed that one up?
Yeah, there's no case for New Orleans being worthy of that. That's insane. One word, Tyreek Hill injured his knee. I mean, there's multiple ligament damage. His kneecap's dislocated. Yeah. It seems really bad.
Yeah, there's a couple of words I could use. Gross initially comes to mind, but finished is where I am. We'll never see Tyreek Hill, the player, like we've seen and known ever again because of that injury. Happens all the time, man. Speed. And that thing, oh, my God. He's having surgery today. Best of luck to the doctors who have to go in and repair that thing.
Yeah, one word prayers, man. Like I don't care if you have a hatred or a like or whatever it is, you never want to see somebody do that. I still think the adrenaline and the shock of whatever he was on when he was getting carted off the field, cheering, saying number one, smiling. I don't know if he even remembers that. That one of the most gruesome injuries I've ever seen. I just could not believe it at first when I was on Twitter. I thought it was AI, and then there's carts on the field. I come back, get back on there. I'm like, nope, that's one of the worst. That's up there with Alex Smith. When Alex Smith had his injury in Washington, I remember watching that one. I was like, "Oh my gosh!"
Yeah, that was a brutal one too. Those leg injuries, man, you're done. I don't think we'll see Tyreek Hill. You're gonna have to find another job. I don't know if he's on OnlyFans or he was gonna join the adult film industry. Did he say at one point? We have to speed that up.
Jake Browning, Cincinnati Bengals looked god awful last night. We talked about it. Drew Nixon, our guy who can hear 10-2 with Cody and Gold. He'll still come in and be the optimist that he is because we know that's the way he is. But one word on the Cincinnati Bengals season.
Done.
Nice.
D-U-N done.
Yeah, cooked.
Yep.
It's over.
Burns.
Jamar Chase most often in every fantasy draft this year was the number one pick. Now you can't even trade him. Now you're just stuck with him. Nobody's going to take that trade. You couldn't even trade him for Xavier Worthy. And that's not a shot at Xavier Worthy.
No.
That's literally, Jamar Chase now has had 2 games of fewer than 30 yards receiving. He said in his post-game press conference yesterday or in the locker room, they just didn't want it. It just didn't look like a team that wanted to play last
we all
night.
saw. You didn't have to tell us that. Yeah, we saw it. Yeah, we saw. And look, you're a professional athlete. I don't care that Jake Browning's your quarterback. You got to go out there and ball. You can't have it. That performance last night by Cincinnati is one of the worst performances I've seen so far this year by an NFL team, and I've seen the Jets.
And you should have seen the Cincinnati game prior to that.
Yeah.
When that dude had 2 defensive touchdowns in the first half, and they got completely blanked, just destroyed by Minnesota, and then they get destroyed by Denver. Not sure who they play this week, but it doesn't matter. The season's over.
I'll tell you this right now. Again, not hyperbolic here. The Olathe East JV team could beat the Cincinnati Bengals at this point in time.
It's very hyperbolic.
I know it is. But the last 8 quarters for the Cincinnati Bengals, they look like a rec league team that somebody's dad's coaching.
They are not up to snuff. Ooh, what do they got?
They get Detroit this week.
Oh,
Cincinnati has Detroit.
That's right. 325.
God.
Detroit at Cincinnati.
Had they flexed that one to Sunday morning?
Chip.
Are they calling that game?
325 on Sunday.
Is it on CBS?
I would assume that they had that game in preseason. We're like, Burrow, Goff, Lions.
Well, preseason.
You
but
better believe
things
it.
change as the season moves on.
You got to audible.
But you can't. It's too late. You got to give him 2 weeks' notice to do that kind of audible.
It's on Fox, so Tom Brady gets it.
So Tom Brady gets it good.
Lucky him.
Yeah. Well, he used to steal all of Jake Browning's
secrets. Starting quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals, Tom Brady.
Yeah, he might. Would you rather see Tom Brady or Tom Browning out there, whoever the quarterback is?
Tom Brady would still be incredible.
He would be so much better than 90% of these quarterbacks.
Quarterback still. I
No
fully
question.
believe it.
I'm with you. I'm not doubting that at all.
Every fiber in my being believes that.
Yeah.
Where's Jamar Chase?
Yeah.
Kawhi Leonard's trying to make us believe that he did not get money from aspiration to circumvent the salary cap. NBA is gearing up. They're taking their team pictures. They're doing their press conferences. This was Kawhi Leonard when asked, "Hey man, did you get money from that fake tree company?"
You were named as the largest creditor in the bankruptcy filing, right? Did you actually get the money that was owed to you in the contract, or?
No.
So that's that. It's Kawhi Leonard there.
Perfect is my one word.
Cooter. Yeah, Cooter. Mine is actually hope. I hope that these guys are right, and it looks like that the Pablo Torre story does fall apart. I don't want to see an NBA team or any team taken down by something like this, right? So I sure they probably are in the wrong, because what happens when famous people get in trouble? They deny, they make it everybody else's fault, somebody else's problem.
I'll sue you.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing all of that from the Clippers. So I just hope that the Clippers are right on this one, and we can kind of move on, because if they're not, man, it's going to be bad. They're going to start investigating every other franchise in every sport, because like I said, for years, Josh and I would sit here and go, I don't understand why the Falcons just don't give Home Depot stores to their players.
I mean, you had to be huge.
Who the says it's not been happening now?
Yeah, Balmer Maloney, man. He had to build that deck somehow to plant a bunch of trees.
Yeah, it's
just so damn happy to be here.
I don't think anything's going to come from that.
Probably not.
I don't think so either.
No, I think it's that what they did is they did this. They did illegal activity. They circumvented the salary cap. Nothing's going to happen.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, nothing's going to come from it. No, I'm with you. I believe that they did it? Yes. I'm hoping that they didn't, because I don't need every other team investigated. Because once you peel this back,
buddy.
You think the Clippers are the only American professional team that even thought about cheating?
100%.
When idiots like Josh and I sat here going, I don't understand why every Falcon doesn't have a Home Depot.
That guy's an idiot, man.
You start to, like, if we were having these thoughts, that this stuff has been going on.
Do they not remember the Chicago Black Sox?
Well, that was gambling, though. This was, you're not rigging games or anything like that. Here, this is, you're illegally paying a guy. Yep. It opens Pandora's box.
100%. No, I think the billionaires are going to stick together on this one.
Oh, hell yes, they are.
Yep.
Because I don't want them looking at my books.
No, of course
I don't
not.
want them looking here.
Oh, Steve's great. No, Steve's a stand-up guy. Yeah.
You ought to see him on Saturdays. Coming up, it's a week-by-week evaluation in the NFL. Why we do it? Because we can. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Tune in to hear former Chiefs linebacker Derek Johnson every Monday at 7:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, my friends over at QC Kinetics are ready to help you feel better. That's right. Not just feel better temporarily, but feel better forever. That's what QC Kinetics does. They look beyond traditional medicine, and that's why QC Kinetics is so successful, because people with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection. It's not a hospital stay. It's fast and all natural, and there's no downtime. So if your back or your knees or your shoulders hurt all the time, explore all of your options and be smart. Don't let them tell you more pills or surgery are your only choices. Call QC Kinetics for that free consultation. Their phone number, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Appointments available on Saturday off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. It's QC Kinetics.
I'm Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs. Everyone develops cataracts naturally as they get older. When your vision is affected by cataracts, you should see my doctor, Dr. Steven Silverstein at Silverstein Eye Centers. Dr. Silverstein is a world-renowned cataract surgeon who performs life-changing laser-assisted cataract surgery with premium lens implants to correct your vision up close and far away. Trust my eye doctor, Dr. Steven Silverstein, Silverstein Eye Centers, 816-358-3600 to schedule an appointment.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya guselkumab may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You've got a ton of equity in your home. You're sitting on a gold mine. You could do so much with all that cash, like travel, invest it, or pay off debt. But you can't touch it unless you sell your home. But you really don't want to move. And besides, homes are sitting on the market a long time these days. You're trapped, right? Not with TrueHold. With TrueHold, you can cash out your equity in as little as 30 days. But listen, you don't have to move. You can stay in the home you love as a renter. That's TrueHold's Sell and Stay program. Cash out your entire home's value and stay put. TrueHold even covers property taxes, property insurance, and essential repairs. Imagine using that equity to travel, invest, or pay off debt, and you can stay in your home. It's brilliant, especially in this slow market. Get your all-cash offer now. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without moving. That's TrueHold.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Lee Summit, things still very heavy. 470 westbound, hitting delays at 350. Off again, on again, crawling out past Raytown Road. There's an accident around View High in the left lane, and then out past Raytown Road, construction taking away the left lane as well. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
The pitch. Swinging a ground ball to third is fair! Fair ball! Up the left field line. Here's Cologne. And the Royals win it.
He didn't throw that speedball by him.
No, he did not. 11 years ago today, baby. Our world changed from a sports standpoint in Kansas City. God, what a big flip that switch was. And look, I can't speak on other cities. I don't know if one moment like that flipped an entire city from a sports and a city perspective like that wild card did for Kansas City. But, man, that flipped everything. It changed our lives as we know it, man. It created this sports town that we live in. That was our first moment of holy cow. I mean, I'll never forget that day. It's like we walked in there. We did the show there that morning, okay? 6 a.m. radio show, so you're out there about 5:30. And then you're there all day because what are you going to do, leave? You know, it's like what are you supposed to do? And
How many times you change your rundown?
Thousands. I mean, it was insane how many times, that thing changed. And, I remember getting there, and it's September 30th, right? And we're like, what, does this count as the playoffs, because it's the wild card? Well, if we win, win, then we're in. But if we don't win, man, we still made the play. It's still cool. Like, you were accepting like little morsels of success back then. Now Patrick Mahomes throws an incomplete pass and people are losing their minds and want him cut. You know, it's like we've come so far in expectation and you know, everything with this, you know, this sports scene that we have now here in Kansas City. And you think about 11 years ago and where we were, you know, as a town. We didn't want a playoff game since what, the early 90s or whatever it was in any sport, you know. Well, obviously Sporting Kansas City had won a couple of years prior and kind of set this whole thing in the right direction. But that wild card hit was huge. We don't know how it carries over if we don't win that wild card game. Obviously, we don't have the October of 2014, and we don't even know if we have 2015 at that point in time. And if we don't have 2015, are the Chiefs as motivated to get back and to start winning again? Because, you know, they see the Royals having all this fun, and that was a huge motivating factor for them. And then just flipping the city on its heels, going from a town that was like, oh, we can maybe keep the Big 12 tournament to, why is World Cup? Sure, we'll take that too. You know, like it really did. It went from, oh, we better build an arena to keep the Big 12 to, we got the World Cup now coming to Kansas City. And so much has changed.
From little town to title town.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I mean, were you there in 15 for any of those champagne celebrations or anything like that? No,
I was still on a leash in this building.
You were still tied down.
I was just unleashed like 3 years ago.
to go out in public. And I was just telling my daughter on Sunday as we're watching, you know, we had baseball on one TV and the football on the other. She goes, baseball still going on? I go, yes, as we're going into the playoffs now and all this kind of stuff. And I was telling her about all those champagne celebrations. It was bringing back like this great memories of being part of something that we were all experiencing for the first time together. Literally nobody, okay? Again, there are a couple old timers out there that remember 85, but that's ancient history. Literally nobody had experienced what we were experiencing, and all 2 million of us were experiencing it together in real time. And it was just absolutely unbelievably awesome, man.
Oh, I still know exactly how that night went, moment by moment. Watched the game. Your Donald Ventura came in, gave up the home run to Brandon Moss. I went to my bed. I said, F this. I'm done with sports for the rest of this season. I don't care what happens in the football season. I'm done. And then my roommate, hey, you might want to get up and come out here. I was like, it's on in my bedroom. I haven't turned it off. I'm a liar. And we all went out there. We're all three in the living room, standing, arms crossed. And then there's the irony of the moment. Salvador Perez always swings at pitches outside the zone.
Yeah.
And Josh Donaldson dives across the third base line. It goes into left field, and Ryan makes the call. And the rest is history. And I'll never forget this because you say it changed the dynamic of sports and how we perceive things. That year was my final year at UCM. And I remember I was interning here that time for your guys' show.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I was back there with Spec the whole time.
Sorry.
And no, it was great.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I was the play-by-play voice for the Warrensburg High School football team. And on my phone, I had the Score mobile app, and I was checking updates for the Royals game because they were playing Anaheim. And we remember after that game, Ned told us they got on the flight, went straight to Anaheim. He goes, and because we won the game the way we did is why we did everything after that. We swept, and then went to the World Series.
Yeah.
And every single time there was an update in the Royals game, it was like, there's a run to Connor or whatever, and he gets a gain of 4 yards, and the Royals just scored 2 runs in the bottom of the second inning. They lead the Anaheim Angels 2-0 in the third. We'll be right back on the Warrensburg Radio Network. Boom, every time.
Yeah.
My boss at the time, who I worked for at the radio station at Coco and 98.5 The Bar, Greg Hassler, was like, hey, by the way, great idea to put the updates in. He goes, I didn't tell you to do that, but keep doing that. And I was like, okay, because he was getting emails. He's like, hey, really enjoyed the broadcast and really loved that I was listening to the game and also getting Royals updates in my ear as well. So that took over my job.
Yeah.
Like I didn't care if it was wrong or right. I was going to give updates because, yeah, I'm calling a football game that is basically it's not meaningless, but it's a high school football game in a small town. But meanwhile, I'm like, what do I want is probably a lot of what the people want. And it was score updates. And I'll never forget coming out of my room that night and it's 7-4, then it's 7-5, and then it's 7-6, and then it's 7-7. And we're going all these,
it was insane.
And I always go back to what George Brett looks like at the end of the game. They go to him in the suite and he's just hands on his head like, what in the F did we just watch? And I think that was everybody's reaction. And then the momentum went forward. They lose in the World Series. They come back the next year and go wire to wire and win the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know, we all got our October hoodies at the right time.
Yeah, exactly. That months later, but I think that's the Yeah, that is the most. I don't want to say it's the greatest sporting event. Maybe it is the greatest sporting. I'd have to really sit down there and think about it. But it's the most intense sporting event I've ever been to.
I always put up there with the Houston Texans playoff.
Yeah, it's very similar to that, type of thing because they're both wild card games ish. It wasn't like for the whole shebang. It wasn't the Super Bowl. It wasn't the World Series. I mean, being at Game 5 of the World Series and watching the Royals win in New York is pretty special. That I'll take to the grave and how awesome that was. But I mean, just the emotions of people too. I mean, and the way that people just lived every single day for that baseball team. And it's funny you mentioned the Anaheim series. That's the one that most people do not remember because it was over in a blink of an eye. It was over the weekend, and every game started like late at night. And so everybody goes, "Oh yeah, that's right. We swept Anaheim when everybody was sleeping and celebrating the wild card win." And then we came home and had Baltimore, or went to Baltimore, I guess it was, for the ALCS, and ended up sweeping them, and then finishing it off in Game 4 here on that beautiful afternoon October day where Moose dives into the, into the thing and into the dugout suite and makes that play. It's just awesome, and just to think like where we are today happened because of that hit by Salvador Perez. And I will maintain till I go to my grave that if that hit doesn't happen, I don't know that we're sitting here in this sports paradise that we've been sitting in for these last 11 years. And it all started 11 years ago tonight with that shot by Salvador Perez. I'll never forget seeing a stadium like that, Dusty, like just being in the building that night, the emotions that people had. I mean, it was just special to be a part of that, man.
Ned Yost went from being fired to the all-time winningest coach in Royals franchise.
That's right, yeah.
Donald Ventura, rest in peace to his soul, was gone from, I never want to see that guy throw a fastball again, to, I think this guy's going to be all right.
This guy's going to be good, yeah.
And then Brandon Moss became a Royal.
That's right.
A couple of years later after that. But, yeah,
he stunk here.
That run was great. And then the next year was even, almost better because you had You had Houston and the Blue Jays, and there was that whole rivalry with Toronto.
Yep.
And everything that happened in that whole run
Lance
as well.
McCullers talking trash to get
doing
the
the
team
slash
going.
on the neck, and Kendrys Morales said, "Check this out.
Yeah.
If I turn on one, it goes a very long way." God, I miss.
It was like I just don't know, like the way that we're talking about 14 and 15. We don't talk about anything else like that. We really don't. We don't romanticize about football or basketball, or we romanticize about baseball like it's nobody's business. And we think about those moments and how intense they were and how awesome they were and just how incredible it was. And again, it was all new for us. We were all experiencing it at the exact same time in real time. And it doesn't get any better than that. There was nobody there to say, "Oh, yeah, it's like this every year." No, we were all experiencing it and living it up and going, "Wow, this is so freaking cool." Now we've kind of got a little bit, hardened to it with the Chiefs doing their thing. Some people don't view it as special. Any year you make the playoffs, it doesn't matter what seed you are. It's a special season, and you need to embrace that.
Even Carrington would have gotten kissed at that game if he was there on the kiss cam that night. Coming up on the other side, Bob Gets Raw here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at the Sheet Metal Workers Union are outstanding, and they're ready for you. That's right. If you're thinking to yourself, man, I just don't know what I want to do. I'm looking for something fun. I'm looking for something where I can utilize my hands. I'm looking for something awesome. Then I'll tell you what, the Sheet Metal Workers Union is for you. They offer exceptional career opportunities and world-class training. In fact, when you're a pre-apprentice and start with them, you're going to start making $24.55 an hour, and that will increase to $27.27 an hour after 3 months, and you're going to get family health coverage at no cost to the employee at all. And once accepted, first-year apprentices begin earning $30 per hour. That's awesome, right? Now you're thinking to yourself, hey, what do the sheet metal workers do? Well, they work on industrial sheet metal. They do HVAC installation, testing, and balancing. They do HVAC service and repair. And the cool thing that they do that I think is awesome is architectural sheet metal. They built the top of Bartle Hall, the Kauffman Performing Arts Center, and, of course, that iconic crown out at Kauffman Stadium. So if all this sounds awesome to you, check them out at sheetmetal2.org, because Smart Local 2 welcomes everyone, from seasoned professionals to those with no experience, and they offer career training, job security, and a path to advancement. So check them out at sheetmetal2.org. That's sheetmetal2.org.
Dane Hughes here. I've seen a lot of stat lines in my playing days, but these numbers, they caught my attention. Flight by Yingling, 2.6 carbs, 95 calories, and all the crisp, refreshing flavor you want in a light beer. It's brewed by the oldest brewery in America, so you know it's got some serious history behind it. If you're into stats and taste, you're going to love this beer. Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer and the official beer of Dane Hughes. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
At Lowe's, save on job site supplies with MyLowe's Pro Rewards. Eligible members enjoy volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms, subject to change.
Numerous brands to choose from. Endless options. One incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
Football season's in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action. And you can select entries and win money right now, today, in the state of Missouri. And playing on Underdog is easy. Just choose whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. Get all your entries right, and you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. I love combining selections from multiple games into one entry. That's how I play on the Underdog app. So download the Underdog app today, sign up with the promo code BOB to secure $100 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code BOB to score $100 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Airman here for Midwest Heating. Now, we like to approach life in a lighthearted manner, but with the projected rise in natural gas prices, this winter's heating bills may be no joking matter. Many old furnaces have efficiency ratings as low as 60%, which means you're literally burning money. So think about this. Midwest Heating has a variety of high-efficiency Lennox systems that can heat your home, drastically improve your air quality, and boost that efficiency as high as 99%. Saving that kind of money each month will be a nice help for the other bills in your life. Even better, Midwest offers up to $1,800 in rebates on qualifying Lennox home comfort systems and up to 60-month 0% financing with approved credit. Dial 943-8787 or go to MidwestHeating.com for complete details. Now, for 7 decades, it's the same story. Trust your air to the best. Midwest. Midwest Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Car wreck? Get the money you deserve. Mike's got this.
Paid for client betrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Kansas City Wind Supply Group Vendor Showcase Thursday, October 23rd at J. Rieger & Company Distillery. Lee Summit, 470 westbound, very heavy from Pryor, stays quite slow out past Raytown Road with earlier construction. Now an accident reporting to maintain those long delays. Discover the latest HVAC, plumbing, and trade solutions with companies like Honeywell and Aprilaire and 20-plus other vendors at the Kansas City Wind Supply Group Vendor Showcase. Thursday, October 23rd, 3 to 6 at J. Rieger & Company Distillery. Plus, enjoy complimentary food, drinks, tours, prizes, and networking. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Hey, it's Trent McDuffie. The Chiefs Radio Network pregame show starts 3 hours before kickoff right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Bob's Boneheads.
You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
That's right. Before we get into Bob's Bonehead Raw, don't forget playoff baseball today. Detroit and Cleveland. That game at 12:08. Detroit the favorite with Tarek Skubal going against Gavin Williams. Then at 2:08, Padres at Cubs. The Padres the favorite there. followed by the big one at 5:08, Boston and the Yankees. Yankees are the favorites there. And then the nightcap is Cincinnati at L.A., Hunter Green versus Blake Snell. There could be a lot of strikeouts thrown today with the pitching talent on the mound in this game, in this first round of playoff games, stay in the wild card. So,
how many runs is it set at for the over-under today for the Yankees-Red Sox, Fried versus Crochet?
well, the over-under today in the Cleveland game with Gavin Williams and Tarek Skubal is 6.
6.
That's
okay.
right. And then the Yankees, I believe it was 7.5.
Really that high?
I'll go back and look.
Wow.
It's 7.
Okay.
So that is the high number of every game. It is 6 in Detroit, Cleveland, 7 in the Padres, Cubs, 7 Boston, New York, and 7 LA, Cincinnati.
Huh. All right.
So, but it is Tuesday. It's time for your Boneheads Raw for Mr. Fescoe.
Yeah, I wanted really to give it to A.D. Mitchell this week for that fumble. I watched that play a lot of times. He wasn't trying to showboat, I don't think. I think he just literally lost the handle on that thing. Yeah, it wasn't one of those dope moves where he threw it and, did. I don't know what he was doing with the football, but he was not trying to showboat or spike it or anything like that. I think he was legitimately just trying to change hands and get ready to celebrate with it, and that's when it all,
just like freaked out.
Yeah. Like one of those
Such a
moments,
good
like it was like, I'm so wide open, I've got this, here we go. Oh, and then I fumbled it at the goal line. So I would like to rip him for it, but I watched that play a lot yesterday, and I'm like, he really didn't do anything stupid. That just ended up being unfortunate for him. But my bonehead of the week, it's the Tennessee Titans. The whole organization, okay? We've gotten on this coach, Tommy Callahan, a lot over the last couple of weeks because of his ridiculousness down there in Nashville. But once the Tennessee Titans hired the new GM, Mike Borgonzi, they should have fired their coach. Not a fair situation, not a good situation, not a tenable situation for either the coach or the general manager at that point in time. When you bring in a new GM, unless Andy Reid is your head football coach, you're bringing in a new GM for obvious reasons. It's not working. A big reason why it's not working is that head coach. Mac, you can speak on this better than I can. Is that family cheap?
Oh, Amy Adams? Yeah, absolutely.
She is cheap.
Well, she's cheap and she's power hungry. She's too involved.
Yeah.
Different Amy Adams.
Yeah, different Amy Adams Strunk. She's way too involved. She wants to be a part of it, and I think this goes back further than a couple of years ago or last season with Borgonzi and Brian Callahan, because when they fired
Did Borgonzi start this year? Was this his first year? Right.
This is Brian Callahan's second season.
Right. They've had. You got to make these changes together.
Yes,
is what I'm getting at.
They've done it twice separately now. This is going to be the fourth change, and you've done it change. Do it together.
You got to do it together, and that's why for me it's the entire organization. They have a new GM. They got a dope as a head coach, and they drafted a quarterback and paired him with this head coach and offensive coordinator. That was your mistake right there. You drafted a quarterback at number 1. You should have paired him with a very new head coach. Not a guy who's in year 2 with a new general manager. It just doesn't work this way. No matter how qualified Borgonzi is or how qualified Callahan is, they've got to all be on the same page. The GM's going to want the guy that he can trust and develop a quarterback with. I don't know if Callahan is that answer. So they need to pull the plug fast on Callahan to save the quarterback because he's already melting down. The father is melting down of the quarterback right now that we're seeing. And so you just not set this guy up for success in Tennessee. The guy I'm talking about is the quarterback and the general manager at this point in time. He has got to be able to pick his own coach and allow that coach to work with this quarterback if it's going to be successful. And if they don't do it fast, we're going to be looking at Cam Ward and go, what happened to Cam Ward?
Exactly.
You know what happened to Cam Ward? A bad organization happened to Cam Ward. And I've gone on record and I've said this all the time. 50% of the failed quarterbacks in the NFL failed because of them. The other 50% failed because they were in a bad organization.
What odds do you give Matt Nagy being the next head coach in Tennessee?
I don't know.
They'll probably go defensive-minded.
Okay. With a young quarterback?
Because that's usually the way it goes, right? You go offensive-minded, defensive-minded, offense. So I think they'll probably go back to defense.
Chicago didn't take that.
No,
they did not. That's true.
I think you've got a young quarterback like that. You need a quarterback whisperer in there. And Matt would be great. Look what he did with Mitchell Trubisky in Chicago. And obviously the Borgonzi connection, people have talked obviously about. We always link people that are, connected, right? Yeah. I would think that would be a name that you can consider. But I think Tennessee needs to move on from Callahan right now. Right now. Because if you don't, you're going to lose your quarterback.
100%.
Is Joe Brady the number one coach candidate going into next season?
Joe Brady's got to be up there, yeah.
Because they got rid of Ken Dorsey and turned that whole offense around. And they're not doing it with like superstars. I mean, they have Josh Allen and James Cook, obviously. But Shakir and they did it with Mac Hollis last year. Now he's
in New England.
Yeah, he's in New England now. And then the main guy I'm not thinking of, their number one wide receiver out there, that's a stud.
Jim Bob Cooter.
Oh, he's the number one coach?
No, I'm just looking at just the Colts OC because that's got to be a guy up there, right?
Yeah.
Jim Bob Cooter, you can't be a head coach with that name.
Sure you can, especially in Tennessee.
Well, it is Tennessee. Yeah,
Brian Flores, if he ever gets another chance, he should be top of the defensive.
You're also suing the league, so it may be a little bit difficult for for teams to hire him.
And then there's Gruden.
Yeah, just sitting there.
Yeah. Is that the guy that you want? I don't know. I mean, is he a better personality than he is coach?
He was a pretty good coach, but probably a little overrated. That Super Bowl kind of props him up. But, I mean, to your point with the Titans, when they fired John Robinson, the guy who traded A.J. Brown, and they kept Mike Vrabel and hired Rand Carthon for one season and then fired Mike Vrabel the next season and then fired Rand Carthon the next. I mean, this goes back to 2020. Each
year, it seems like they're firing a coach or a general
manager.
Yeah,
that's what it's been.
You're not going to be functional like that.
No.
I mean, you look at the teams that have established success in this league, say what you want about Sean McDermott, but he's been solidified there. You know what the plan is. You know what to expect. You know what's going on inside that organization. If you're constantly changing the voices at the top, the people who are the employees, like all of us in the working world, if you're constantly changing the voice at the top, you look at yourself and you go, what are we supposed to do again? And it all starts to blend together, and then it becomes white noise, and then you can't remember who said what. Like, they need an entire reset of that organization. You never should have drafted a quarterback number one overall with that situation that you're in right now. You need to bounce from that head football coach, Mike. Let's go.
Yeah, it's tough in Tennessee right now because your quarterback, we're going to keep it buck. We're ass right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you're losing your quarterback. It's week 4.
Yeah, and he's out. He knows your ass.
Yeah.
Which I love that he said that.
Well, I do too. I think it's great. But if you don't want to lose him and look back at that draft pick and go one of the great busts in the NFL, you got to surround him with a smart football coach that understands offense, that's going to put him in a position to win. You can't go out there and hire some, rinky-dink guy that, called plays for 3 minutes that we're all in love with right now like Brian Callahan. It just doesn't work.
Daniel Jones may be the best quarterback in that division right now. It's pretty crazy. That's a crazy statement.
That is tough.
I mean, that's
Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud, Cam Ward, and
right now
and Daniel Jones.
Well, and then give C.J. Stroud. I know it was a backup, but they traded another offensive lineman yesterday in Houston. They just don't want the offensive line down there. They say we're done with this stuff.
Keon Coleman, that's right.
That was it. Yes,
Keon
picked above
Coleman,
Xavier.
Shakir. Yeah. Yep. That's fine with us.
How's that working out?
Appreciate that. Yeah. So. Coming up on the other side, we continue to go down memory lane and plus the ways to build a team. We discuss all of that next on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Leo Chanel, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I think this is exciting news for everybody. I know it is for us because we're going to be talking to Tom over at Golden Oak Lending because Golden Oak has lowered rates to 4.50%. And while other lenders are talking about high rates, Golden Oak is dropping theirs. You can lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payment for 2 months. You're thinking about it right now. Wait, 2 months from right now? That's next year. I don't have to make a mortgage payment for the rest of the year. Where do I sign up for that? Well, you can do it with Golden Oak Lending, but you got to take their free mortgage checkup right now. I suggest doing this regardless of where you are in your loan because it's risk-free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. It's just a phone conversation, and you tell Golden Oak Lending what you want to do, what you want to accomplish, and where you are in your financial life. and they'll see if they've got a plan that's better than the one that you're in right now. If they do, great, let's do it. If they don't, they'll let you know that as well and say, hang out for a little bit. Rates are going to drop a little bit later on in life. And at Golden Oak Lending, the average cash-out customer saves $1,104 per month, and you go 2 months without having to make that mortgage payment when you refinance. So call them today and take that free mortgage checkup. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. 5.442% APR, FHA 15-year, 20% equity. Qualified credit, additional terms apply. MLS 114937. Like Golden Oak Lending, cure your blues.
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars, and you're going to love GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Ready, set, Ford. That's what Shawnee Mission Ford is all about, bringing meaning to Ready, Set, Ford. Hey, it's Gold. You know I've been driving a new vehicle thanks to my friends over at Shawnee Mission Ford for over a month now, and they offer their customers the largest discounts on every new vehicle, along with aggressive rebates and top trade-in value. And maybe you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle. You're in luck as well, with over 100 pre-owned vehicles to choose from at prices and terms well within any budget. Shawnee Mission Ford is on a mission to do more.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Sildana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Around here, we've got each other's backs. When it comes to health insurance, we want that same kind of support. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City gets that. They're from around here too. Backed by the national strength of the Cross and Shield, they help you make confident choices, no matter where you are. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. From here for wherever you are. That's the benefit of blue.
Prostate cancer. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed in their lifetime, but early detection can save lives. That's where KCUC comes in. They're the premier center for urology and oncology, with over 50 elite providers and more than 20 locations across the metro. KCUC makes it easy to get screened fast in the comfort of an office, not a hospital. Schedule your screening today at kcuc.com. Don't wait. Come see Kansas City's largest, most experienced, and most advanced urology team. kcuc.com. At KCUC, you see the best in KC.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Heading towards downtown, 169 highway gets heavy by the airport, moves better across the bridge and on the 35 southbound. 470 westbound, very slow heading out of Lee's Summit. Hitting delays at Pryor, just crawls out past Raytown Road with construction in the left lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't get to the text line to talk about the topic of the day, which is from the 816. Be sure to remind your listeners in Jackson County to vote today in the special recall election. Hey, fellas, wasn't expecting, but the voting line is out the door here in Blue Springs.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's not good for the second baseman.
And then from the 816, appreciate you, Dusty. Headed to Lee Summit to drive a couple to vote and then back to the Ozarks. Drink some of me if I ever see you out somewhere.
You're driving up from the Ozarks to vote Frank White out of office? That's unbelievable.
And bringing people with him.
When was the last time somebody was that passionate where they saddled up and drove a couple of hours to people don't even want to go walk across the street to vote these days, let alone drive a couple hours. I mean, hey, look, when you mess with people's money, when you mess with people's teams, and you watch them go across the street to another state, that's your mortal enemy.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what you did on the baseball field, man. Your legacy is this right now. If you're Frank White, and I can't wait to throw that statue in the Missouri River and watch it float down when they move to 119th and all.
Yeah, I might have to go have a couple of celebratory surfsides this afternoon. Early start, early finish when it comes to that, because it's a big day in Jackson County.
It is. It's huge. So get out there and vote and let your voice be heard. Interesting out of Cleveland this morning. Some break. I want to say I don't want to say breaking news, but it kind of is. Dylan Gabriel's going to start, according to ESPN Cleveland this week, at quarterback. And they're also hearing at ESPN Cleveland that there's internal strife over who the Browns want to start at quarterback this week. And when you have internal strife over who should start, it means you don't have a quarterback, right? And I don't know that the Browns do. But you're in this situation right now. Why wouldn't you just roll out Shedeur Sanders, man, and see what he can do? You're winning either way if you're the franchise. If he plays great, great. If he plays bad, you can go, see, this is why we didn't want to draft him and play him. Like, I think it's a no-win or a no-lose situation if you're the Cleveland Browns as a franchise. Is Dylan Gabriel going to move the needle? Are people going to be excited about Dylan Gabriel being their quarterback? Probably not. If he does well, they will. But I think at this point in time, if you're the Cleveland Browns, you might as well see what Shedeur Sanders can do and give that guy an opportunity and give yourself an opportunity just to kind of move past all of this right now.
This is a pretty cool moment in Chicago as we talk playoff baseball as well. We'll get into what the Royals' memories were. This was a pretty fun moment as Cubs outfielder Ian Happ. I don't know if you saw this or not. He gave a fan of baseball wrapped in cash. It looks like it's about $300. It looks at what I can see in the picture, three $100 bills, rubber band around the baseball. As a Cubs fan wrapped up a 2025 regular season, Ian Happ tossed the baseball into the left field bleachers with $200. So there you go, $200, rubber band around it, and the message said, "To the best fans in baseball, thanks for another great year." That's a baseball I'd love to collect. $200 cash.
I'd throw the ball back.
Straight to No, it's got the message on it.
Oh, it had the message on the ball?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, and then I'd go to bleachers with VIP and still make him buy all the drinks.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Well, I got $200, but I didn't expect to have it, so I
Yeah.
might as well save it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But no, it is the anniversary today of the wild card win against those Oakland Athletics at the time, now the Sacramento A's.
Do you see their branding at Sacramento?
I told you yesterday when we
Yeah.
were talking to Alan, I was like, yeah, they already have the announcement of the uniforms. It's yellow with the Sacramento across the front.
Looks great. I love it. But
they're never going to Vegas.
They're not going to Las Vegas. Not a chance. They're going to Las Vegas. And hey, it is what it is. But they were a year ago very anti. Remember when they wouldn't call themselves Sacramento and they got mad when people were calling them Sacramento? And now they're branding themselves as Sacramento and putting it on their uniforms?
Right. Yeah, it looks different. It still looks like the Oakland A's. It just doesn't say A's in the corner. It just says Sacramento in green. So I think it's interesting as they try to rebrand their entire franchise, as the Royals have started to do that the last couple of years. 2 years ago, they lost 100 games.
Yeah.
Last year, they lost in the ALDS to the Yankees, who would go on to represent the American League in the World Series. I think that we are going to have, I hate to be spoiler, I think we will have a repeat of last year's World Series. That's baseball in a nutshell. It's fun. It's entertaining. It's on an uptick. It's on a renaissance. Its viewership is better. But there are still some big money markets in the playoffs. Obviously, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, New York, Boston, yada, yada, yada. But what the Royals are doing is something to take note, because we talk about this a lot, how 15 or 14 kind of changed the perspective of winning in this town, right? The Royals go to World Series, lose. They go the next year, they win the World Series. after that, the Chiefs dynasty is starting to be built because of what you have been told in, organizations. Oh, we're seeing fireworks and a city full of blue and a passionate fan base. We want a little bit of that. That looks like it's fun. Let's develop that as well. In comes Tyreek Hill, Kareem Hunt. In comes Patrick Mahomes. Out goes Alex Smith. The rest is obviously written in the history in the Kansas City Sports Almanac. But again, you look at what this Royals team has done and what they can see from this, right? Like they watched a team in Detroit tank a 12.5 game lead over the last month and a half of the season.
Insane.
They watched a team in Cleveland who was below them with 3 weeks left in the season rise the ranks and win that division.
Without their closer, too.
Right.
How much of that Class A removal actually helped that team, too, you have to think now.
Might have woke up a sleeping guardian. And when you look at what they've done, maybe that's fuel to the fire the way the Chiefs had fuel to the fire, because the Royals saw this team in the ALDS, right? We were at Jefferson's last year watching this team beat Baltimore 2-0, 2-1, whatever it was.
Yeah,
nail
it
biters
was 2-0, 2-1. Yeah, close games.
And they were all nail biters, and we were, thank you very much, was in the crowd. And this year, you fall short, and you feel the expectations kind of crumble because they told us, hey, we're a playoff team. Well, they're an above 500 team. And I know that this is, maybe a loser's mentality, and I'll accept that. That's fine because it is. But they were in it until September 22nd. And that's something that we can't say for the Royals in back-to-back seasons very often.
Yeah. Here's what the Cardinals reporter for MLB Network had to say about the Cardinals as they get ready to build a franchise. And I want you to play it, Dusty, so it goes over the YouTubes or Mac, because I can't for the YouTube stuff. But if you want to take the Cardinals out of the equation, this is exactly what needs to be happening in baseball to be sustainable. It's called building a baseball team.
What the St. Louis Cardinals are doing, whether it's popular or not with the fans right now, is totally your decision, and I get it. It's probably what's best for the long-term sustainability of this organization. When I say the Cardinals are looking to contend, let's scale back the definition of contending. By definition, the Cardinals were contending in September this year for a wild card berth. Were they a good team? I don't think any of us would sit here definitively and say yes, but by the definition of the word contending, they were in it. Up until the last game 159, they had a mathematical chance of sneaking into that wild card spot. The Cardinals don't want to contend that way anymore. Ownership, the new front office, wants to make the Cardinals legitimate contenders, like the status of the Phillies and the Dodgers, just obviously not to that level of market size or payroll. But they don't want the goal to be the wild card participation trophy that the Cardinals have had since 2020, okay? They want it to be National League pennant, minimum. Like back to when the Cardinals in their 2010s were doing Cardinal things. That's what they want to return the level of contention to. So that's going to take time.
And I hear that, and I go, that's what we need to be doing right here in Kansas City. And I think we are off to that start here in Kansas City. It sounded like a lot of what, John Sherman was saying when he made the change with Dayton Moore and put in JJ as the GM. I'd like to see a wild card team. I want to be, a legit contender. And I think the Royals are moving, Dusty, in that direction, because when you start to build the franchise and take the franchise over, you want to find a way to have sustainable long-term success. And that's what the Royals are doing. 2 straight years above 500 for this organization. It's remarkable what they've done, right? And finishing 6 games back is the closest that the Royals have finished, taking 14 and 15 out of the equation, to the division lead since 2003, and really it goes back to 1994 when they finished this close to the division lead, in the American League, Central American League West, whatever they were in when realignment happened right now. And so they're starting to show this progress. And I think what we want and what the Royals did in 14 and 15, and really what the Chiefs has done, has spoiled this build process for us, right? We expect once you go to the playoffs, you're supposed to just win it all, but it doesn't work that way. You got to crawl before you can walk. You got to walk before you can run. And I think right now the Royals are kind of in that between walking and running stage. They're getting ready to take off. A couple of moves this offseason is going to have people in baseball going, the Royals have to be considered a favorite. They go out and get a bat for the outfield, and I still think a second baseman. I was talking to the guy at the J yesterday at the urinal about this, and when we were talking about the second base position.
Hanging brain and talking Royals.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You got to do what you got to do, right? It's like, I really like Massey. I go, yes, so do I, but Massey can't stay healthy, and I'm not going to rely on a guy that can't stay healthy to be an everyday player. Massey would be a nice utility player, I think, for this team. So they're just a couple of guys away. And you had said something to me yesterday, and I was thinking about it a lot yesterday. Adam Frazier's a guy you want back next year. Those are those glue guys that give you that ability to take it to that next level that you need inside your locker room. Adam Frazier's not going to put up great numbers for you and be some sort of masher for you, but you got to have guys like him around because we saw what happened, man. They added Adam Frazier back to this equation, and that team turned around, and they played really good baseball, and they found a way to, get back into the playoff hunt. And Adam Frazier, I believe, had a lot to do with that.
Yeah, he's what did Q call him, a glue guy?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, he's a glue guy in that locker room. He did his job, what he was supposed to be doing. And again, he's not one of those guys that's going to play every day, but he's a guy that is effective every day, if that makes any sort of damn sense.
Yeah, you need that leader.
And I know there's a lot of people that want to see Yastrzemski come back. But again, if you go get an outfield bat, you're not going to bring a guy like Yastrzemski back.
I'm done with Yastrzemski. I'm moving on from him.
Yeah, I mean, he was a good piece.
Right.
Probably earned himself a contract with a team somewhere out there that will contend. I wouldn't be opposed to bringing him back. But again, where you look at his team and what this team is focused on moving forward is your infield is essentially set, whether you like it or not. It's going to be Vinny Pasquantino at first. Michael Massey will be your starting second baseman, I believe. Shortstop is obviously the greatest baseball player on the planet, Bobby Witt Jr., Maikel Garcia at third, Salvador Perez at catch, switching time with Carter Jensen.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's okay to have Kyle Isbell as your center fielder and have your 9 spot in your lineup. That's fine. He does enough better than he does worse in that slot playing center field. Center field is no easy pickings when it comes to playing in Kansas City. And then you have the question at right and left. We know that we heard JJ Piccolo on with Cody and Goldus. He visits that show quite often and said, this isn't just a guarantee to Jack, right? Like, Jack didn't come up here and take away things and earn things the way that he was, necessarily supposed to do. And left field is also an open question. So one of those positions will be filled when it comes to next year's roster. And we will see if, the hype and the build for this team next year was like it was going into this offseason, because this offseason, there was a lot of people like, look at the moves the Royals made. They traded Singer to India. They did this. By the way, Singer not in the top 3 rotation for the Cincinnati Reds going in this playoff game, but still a piece to their team that helped them succeed. And I think next year, if they do add that bat, that's the one thing that I will say the Royals have a positive going forward into this offseason is the fact that we know what the move needs to be made.
Mm-hmm.
And where you have an abundance of talent. You have abundance of pitching talent. You have a low abundance of outfield production and a powerful bat.
Right.
Something's going to give
to
get something to gain. And I think we know where they're going to be. And what that means for Jonathan India, probably not an everyday player anymore. You got demoted to 7th in the lineup. You got demoted to wherever you could play, whenever we think you need to play is what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I am interested to see what move they make in the offseason for what kind of bat they will have once that happens.
Yeah, because I do think your target is your outfield bat 1, and then I do think second base. And if you do have a situation where you can't go get a second baseman, then you got to go platoon with India and Massey, and I think it works out better for everybody that way.
He's the first voice you hear 3 hours before kickoff and the first voice you hear after the final whistle.
Future Hall of Fame receiver, future Hall of Fame quarterback, being able to figure it out for the last half of the season.
Here's the new Chiefs Radio Network pregame and postgame show host, Josh Briscoe.
That's right, baby. It's Tuesday, 8:30. It's JB time on your radio. Josh Briscoe, your host of pre- and postgame for the Chiefs Radio Network. Every game day. Going to have a late one this Monday, but that's okay. You get Sunday to relax for the first time in a while, as we are now joined by Josh Briscoe. I'm going to tell you right now, I think the play of the game on Sunday was the Leo Chenal catch or the interception against Mark Andrews. What say you, Mr. Briscoe?
I simply, with no disrespect whatsoever to Leo Chenal, who I think is a remarkable athlete, I simply didn't know that he could do that. So I have no problem making that the play of the game. And look, the way the rest of that game went, I don't know if it was a laugher or not the whole time through, but in retrospect, that was a dominant performance, right? Without that Chenal pick, we're talking about the Ravens marching down the field for the second consecutive drive with a lead, by the way. So I really do think that's the inflection point.
Well, yeah, it was the one that turned the game, and then the fumble a couple of minutes later, and here we go. We're off to the races. And obviously a get-well game for the Chiefs. What did you see from an offensive standpoint that you think, okay, this is just the beginning, and now this is going to make it even better from an offensive standpoint?
And that's the thing you have to differentiate, right? I mean, because the Ravens defense, we know, was bad and injured. So, there is a conversation there. I don't think that that's unfair to mention. But also, I think the Chiefs deserve a lot of credit on a few levels. First of all, how many times over the last 3 years have we said, man, as long as the Chiefs can put this bad defense down, things will look okay? And they just never do it. I mean, the Taylor Swift game against the Bears was probably the last time that truly happened.
Yeah, that's what I said. That the last time we saw a performance like that is when Taylor came into our lives.
So I could have been playing defensive tackle for the Ravens, and I still would have said, like, hey, nice that the Chiefs actually put away that defense with 10 players on it. But I do think that the return of Xavier Worthy, we've been talking about this, obviously, since the moment he got injured. I think nationally people started to kind of see all the problems in the Chiefs' offense and go, well, how much can their number 1 and number 2 receivers, when Rasheed Rice comes back, how much can those guys really fix by themselves? There are so many problems. They've been so inefficient and so ineffective on the ground. Well, now we've seen it. Xavier Worthy, the speed that he brings, even being able to play off of a guy like Tyquan Thornton in more of a part-time role, but still a heavy role now that I hope continues, being able to open things up for Hollywood and Juju and Travis Kelce more in the intermediate. It lets Hollywood's role change. Xavier Worthy is such a large domino in this offense because everybody else can move down a peg in terms of the weapons, and he has such a gravity about him with that speed that defenses have to know where he's at all times, more so than how they have to know where every fast receiver is. He's the fastest player in football, and the Ravens treated him that way, and I think we're going to have to see other teams follow suit.
Yeah, when we speak of Leo, I know the meme of Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the TV from the movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and I did that when I saw Mahomes throw that dot to Xavier Worthy for about 25 yards down the sideline, because I brought this up earlier. Last year, Xavier Worthy's either too close to the sideline or runs like missteps the route or something. But that was one of those things that, like, we hadn't seen that sort of. I know we've seen Mahomes make deep throws to Thornton this year, but that touch pass, that read in the defense, seeing Marlon Humphrey come over one-on-one coverage and Mahomes like lighting up like a kid on Christmas morning and then dropping that in the bucket on a perfectly ran route on a guy that's over the shoulder, going to land, coming off an injury. I thought that was that moment where I was like, that's back, and that's something you love to see.
Then he's stretching the defense vertically. Mahomes back on the same page with him, and he's able to stretch it horizontally with the carry. And I think it was the very next play after the play you're talking about. They took another shot right over the top there. Maybe it was the play. I can't remember exactly. I think it was back-to-back shots there to Worthy down the sideline, where you go, oh, yeah, that is just a gear they have back again. Meanwhile, you have like the red zone throw to Juju for the touchdown that was just an absolute laser beam. I mean, like, launched out of Mahomes' hand. I don't know if we've got like next-gen data on that or not yet of how fast that football was going, but I can't imagine he's thrown a faster ball in a smaller area over the last year or so. That to me begins to see all of the pieces click into place in a way that is so exciting after the first few weeks we're just pulling teeth.
Well, and we're excited about the offense, Josh, but we really need to be excited about the defense because of all the injuries on defense. The Ravens were healthy on offense, and people were fearing, Isaiah Likely's going to come back. I looked at the box score. I didn't see his name in it. Last week, Sean Smith told us that Derrick Henry was washed. 8 carries, 30 yards or whatever he had, on the ground. Lamar Jackson quit in the middle of the game. So, we've got to give this defense a lot of credit because they took care of an offense that was at full strength. Regardless of what the defense was, that offense was still at full strength, and other than the first 15 scripted, they look like a JV team out there.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, and they were rightfully being discussed as the best unit in this game between the two teams. If you would have told me before the game the Chiefs are going to score 37 points, I would have been really, really surprised, but optimistic and hopeful. Oh, that's fantastic. If you would have told me the Ravens were putting up 20 and really 13 before total garbage time, I would have thought you were smoking. That's just not a way that the Ravens have been controlled offensively yet this year, and it was an absolute bludgeoning that way. So it's another game for Steve Spagnuolo where you just have to tip your cap to an absolute lunatic back there, where he is sending things for Lamar Jackson, specifically that Leo pick where you've got Bolton blitzing and Chanel in coverage. I think it was 5 unblocked pressures for Nick Bolton. You got to give credit to the player for making those pressures and being able to disguise his pre-snap stuff a little bit. He talked about that briefly after the game. But being able to have your Mike linebacker, your green dot, getting 5 uninterrupted paths to Lamar Jackson in this game, plus some of the mush rush stuff they were doing with kind of a tight spy from Leo where he wasn't spying Jackson at kind of the typical depth, but he was closer to the line of scrimmage, so kind of occupying a blocker but keeping a little bit of space to get an angle. It is just the next level in an unbelievable resume for Steve Spagnuolo against Lamar Jackson, against this Ravens offense, against several different versions of this Ravens offense. I don't think I could be any more impressed by what the Chiefs defense did. The secondary seems to be legitimately ready to go again, and that's without Christian Fulton. And even Najee Johnson, I know that, he had a rough year for most of last season, but at one point, that was your number 3 and 4 corner. Both of those guys are out. Noah Williams is playing really good ball. I have so few notes on the Chiefs defense. I do think you want to get more and more from your 4-man pass rush against other teams and other builds of offense. You don't want to always live in the complete blitz engage 8 lifestyle that Spags is so good at, but that's nitpicky, just kind of keeping an eye to the future. I have almost no notes at all for the Chiefs defense in this game on Sunday.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you on that. It was about as flawless a game, as you could potentially play out there. And you mentioned Noel Williams. I mean, he's ranked as the best defensive rookie in the NFL right now.
Yeah, and to me, again, absolute credit to the player. But the fact that we have seen with relatively incredible consistency that Steve Spagnuolo and Dave Merritt take young defensive backs from the mid-range of the NFL draft and turn them into starting caliber players, or at least like heavy contributors, that is a remarkable thing. So I don't think Spags is probably putting all the same stuff on Noah Williams' plate that he's putting on Jalen Watson's plate, and certainly Trent McDuffie. He's a different kind of player on a literally and metaphorically speaking. But it is an unbelievable start for Williams, who I if my memory serves, I think most of the talk about Noah Williams out of training camp was like, yeah, we'll see maybe week 6, week 8, give him some time, which again, like a mid-round NFL draft pick, rookie trying to figure out how to work in a Spags defense. I wasn't asking for anything from Noah Williams early this season, not because I didn't like the player. I thought his tape in college made a ton of sense as a translation into Spags' defense, but I was just prepared to be patient. Well, the Chiefs couldn't afford to because Fulton's been banged up. And so all of a sudden, he's in there over Joshua Williams, climbing the depth chart, and grading out incredibly with what he's being asked to do. An absolute huge hit at the position in the draft where the Chiefs have been so stinking good, which again I think is Brett Veach knowing what his defense wants in terms of the cornerback position, and then Spags and Dave Merritt being absolutely wizards in terms of developing these young guys.
I seriously worry what Trevor Lawrence is going to do with what Spags has dialed up against Jacksonville.
And what's it going to be? I really don't know. It could be anything. We've seen them go so blitz heavy with Hurts and Lamar, and I thought they might blitz a little bit with Russell Wilson. They did a couple of times, but it was much less. And you still figure out these ways to take away what they want to do. I'll be honest that I'm not too deep into the Jags just yet. They're one of those teams that kind of slides into the background, and you check them out and you go, okay, well, they've got some players. They're 3-1. How did that happen? And I got to say, it does feel pretty good for the Chiefs to be going on the road against a 3-1 opponent in prime time, and for me to be back in that space of like, you know what? The Chiefs are deserving favorites here on the road, and frankly, I expect them to win this game. The way the season started, you couldn't expect much of anything. Just get through it, and let's see how it turns out. Now with the Jags, this is a chance to really begin to even things out in the AFC in a way that I wasn't sure the Chiefs would be able to do this early in the season after starting 0-2.
No doubt about it, Briscoe. We appreciate the time, and enjoy Monday Night Madness as you get a late night here on the Chiefs Radio Network.
I'll exchange a late night Monday game for a full day of Red Zone any week at all. You're absolutely right with what you said earlier. I get my Sunday on a couch, and then I get the Chiefs and pre and post on Monday night. That's a pretty good long weekend for me. I will absolutely take that.
No doubt. Be easy, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
That is Josh Briscoe, pre- and post-game show here on 96.5 The Fan on the Chiefs Radio Network. Your host right there joining us. Coming up next, is he a Hall of Famer, and should this guy be banned for life? The answer to both is yes. We'll explain. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Josh Simmons, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, guys, many men remember their first time, right? But it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. And if you're over 50, it's likely that you've had your first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, the first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. And many patients at Heartland Men's Health have said over and over again, Why didn't I get my erectile dysfunction treated sooner? If ED's a problem in your life, you really need to stop waiting and go see my friends over at Heartland Men's Health, because they have treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make that last time it happens the last time that happens. Schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations, Overland Park, Independence, and in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
You've got a ton of equity in your home. You're sitting on a gold mine. You could do so much with all that cash, like travel, invest it, or pay off debt. But you can't touch it unless you sell your home. But you really don't want to move. And besides, homes are sitting on the market a long time these days. You're trapped, right? Not with TrueHold. With TrueHold, you can cash out your equity in as little as 30 days. But listen, you don't have to move. You can stay in the home you love as a renter. That's TrueHold's Sell and Stay program. Cash out your entire home's value and stay put. TrueHold even covers property taxes, property insurance, and essential repairs. Imagine using that equity to travel, invest, or pay off debt. And you can stay in your home. It's brilliant, especially in this slow market. Get your all-cash offer now. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without moving. That's TrueHold.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Kansas side 35 northbound heavy past Shawnee Mission Parkway up to 635 with an accident reporting. Lee Summit 470 westbound heavy past Pryor out beyond Raytown Road with construction in the left lane. And now eastbound heavy around View High Drive with a car fire blocking the right lane. Turn recent repairs into savings. Get up to $4,500 off a new HVAC system. Stay comfortable year-round. Schedule now at anthonyphce.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Back in on Fescoe and Dusty. Bob Fescoe, McMurray, Dusty Leggins, all here with you. Funny text from the 417. If Mahomes threw me the football that he threw to Juju Smith-Schuster would have exploded through my chest.
It's funny.
And still traveling around the world.
I was thinking the same thing. Like, how much would your hands hurt if
that
you
window?
that?
That's an underappreciated, though. That window was minute.
Tiny. And the brown one. Yeah.
I mean, that one to Travis was a tiny window, too, that 100%. He got it in there, you know?
Yeah, they had just a normal guy catching passes from the jug machine at like an NFL QB speed, and he's like, ow, his hands keep hurting. He's like, yeah, dude, you don't realize how fast they're launching those things.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 100-mile-an-hour fastball coming right at you. Yeah, you don't put that in perspective. You know, catchers have a mitt, right?
Hey, Mahomes was a pitcher in high school.
I heard that, yeah. Somebody had said that to me one time.
Over 60 miles an hour, I think he can throw the football.
I was wondering why. What does that equate to as a baseball? Is
90.
There some sort of chart? No, I'm serious. I bet it's about 90, somewhere between 90 and 100 miles an hour if you're throwing a.
Didn't they throw like Favre equivalently through like a 98-mile-an-hour fastball with the football like that?
Did he? I didn't see. Did he?
Oh, he broke fingers his whole career.
But I didn't know that, like, they had the equation. Like, I'm sure somebody in physics probably figured this out. The velocity and the rate of speed and weight and all of that. I mean, it is a great physics equation. Drew Kiter, get on this over there at Olathe West and get your students to figure this one out.
Google Gemini, take it for a grain of salt. Roughly 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, I was going to say about roughly, yeah, roughly in that. And I was just guessing that it would be something like that.
Crazy.
Yeah, so you're firing a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and these guys are catching it like it's no business.
Sticky gloves, man.
It's
soft
nuts.
hands.
It is nuts. Hey, this date in 1982, Marvin Gaye's "Sexual Healing" came out.
Ooh.
Yeah, an all-time banger.
Wish we could jam it.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could too.
Wish we could jam
You want
it.
me to sing it for you?
No.
Get up. Let's make love tonight.
Power through Dusty.
R.I.P. to Marvin Gaye. I've said it before. You do know how he was murdered?
I don't think so.
I don't think I do either.
He was murdered by his father. His father was I believe a very religious man, maybe a pastor.
So he didn't like
and
the music.
Marvin Gaye's music was obviously sexual healing. They got into an argument in a living room, and a gun was drawn, and his dad
I
fired
didn't
and
know
hit
that.
Marvin Gaye.
That's
I've never heard that.
That's
story
terrible.
before. Good
Yeah.
Lord.
Now you know.
Get up. Let's make love tonight.
Marvin Gaye's got a ton of bangers, man.
Yes, he does.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
When the lights go down on the patio,
Smash.
put on Marvin Gaye and light that dart.
Marvin Gaye is really good.
I've been pounded this week.
It is Tuesday.
Hell yeah.
Oh, baby, now let's get down tonight. Tyreek Hill had a gruesome injury last night, so it begs the question. We probably won't see him at his full skill set ever again. You would think with the catastrophic knee surgery, they had dislocated kneecap, multiple ligament tears, including the ACL as well.
They were hoping no nerve damage, so.
I can tell you right now, I still cannot feel my right kneecap after tearing my ACL, and I'm a fat-ass, non-athletic person. So speedy recovery for him. Prayers, obviously, for that knee injury because that was one of the most gruesome injuries. It was brutal. I sent you guys a text, and I was just like, you guys think it's broke? It wasn't apparently broke. It's just that everything got completely shredded in that knee. He came off the field again. I think he was out of mind, out of body the way he was reacting. I don't think it was like necessarily him in that moment. I think there was a lot of adrenaline that was still coming out during that moment. But the question begs, like, I do still think he is a Hall of Fame player.
No question he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, and I'm not a fan of Tyreek Hill, the person, but as a football player, you can't take away anything for what this guy has done. He's the most dynamic wide receiver in Chiefs history and would have been a Ring of Honor member had he handled things differently probably around here. May still have been here. But no, there's no doubt in my mind that he is a Hall of Fame football player. And this injury is he's done. We'll never see Tyreek Hill, in my opinion, again. I think that for a wide receiver who relies on speed, You've seen the best of Tyreek Hill. Maybe he's back as faux Tyreek Hill or something like that because he needs the money. But we'll never see this level of Tyreek Hill like we have seen up until this year. Basically, he was starting to kind of trail back a little bit over the last year and a half or so, anyway. And so now you add this broken leg in. What team is he going to be on when he's healthy and he's ready to come back and, whatnot? And so I think he's a Hall of Fame player, but I think what we've seen out of Tyreek Hill, the glory days of Tyreek Hill are long over now.
Yeah, he's 41st in yards all time, 27th in touchdowns, 37th in catches, Super Bowl champion, a 5-time All-Pro, 8-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
He was a return specialist.
Yep.
You add on the story of a running back turned wide receiver and how good he became at that position.
And he really did. And
all 2010 Decades team as well.
Yeah, and look, I'm not a fan of Tyreek Hill, the person, at all. That's gone on record for a decade now. But as a football player, I think every football player can learn from Tyreek Hill, including Patrick Mahomes, because that guy invented himself into a wide receiver. He was a nothing burger coming in here to, Kansas City in his first year. Nobody knew what to do with him. And he worked his ass off and turned himself into the best wide receiver in Chiefs history and probably a Hall of Fame wide receiver as well. And I really do envy that in Tyreek Hill. The off-the-field stuff, he can go kick rocks. But that on-the-field stuff, everybody should do what Tyreek Hill did. You really want something bad enough in life? Stop waiting for somebody to hand it to you, okay? Get your ass out there and put in the hard work, bust your ass, go above and beyond, put in the time, and then you too one day could have a good opportunity instead of sitting there blaming everybody else for your failures. Tyreek Hill went out there and owned becoming a wide receiver in the NFL, and it really was remarkable to watch. We watched it again in real time.
Incredible.
And I give him all the credit in the world for doing that because it's not easy to invent yourself as a wide receiver in the NFL when you never really did it before. And so I do give him a lot of credit for that.
No doubt. Then there was a story that kind of streamed over the weekend because there was a fan being an ass once again as we see these grown men take these things from these kids because there was a headband that was taken off of.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes gave a kid a headband at the Giants game, and Karen stole it from him. And then went on, Instagram and talked about how she got the headband from Patrick Mahomes. And the kid is sitting on the video going, she stole that from me. Like Mahomes went right up to this lady or this kid and handed it to him. The woman rips it right out of his hand. Like a total Karen. You saw the one in Philadelphia, these boomers. I'm over them. Why are you stealing from a kid? You're an adult. You're a senior citizen, and you're stealing a sweaty headband from a child.
And they kept saying, "Oh, and he handed it right to me. He came up right to me." Why are you lying?
No,
why are you lying?
Yeah, like
we have video.
Yeah, we saw it.
Are they convincing themselves that happened?
Yes, like
I
Patrick
think that's
actually,
what they're doing.
He went out of his way to try to hand it to the kid, and she just reached over and stole it away from him. And I just look at that stuff, and I'm like, you're an adult, boomer, and you're stealing from a kid. What do you need that sweaty headband for? Like, that kid's life would have been made if he had that headband. What are you as an adult retiree going to do with that thing? Smell it?
Sell it?
Well, no, I hope nobody buys. Like, that's the person, like, she should be banned from NFL stadiums because she's a nuisance. And she should be fired from her job, too, because I wouldn't want somebody like that working for me. If you make a fool of yourself at a game, you should be fired from your job. Because as a company, do you really want that person representing you? You just stole a headband from a kid, man, at a game. And Patrick was trying to give it to this kid who was dressed in his Chiefs gear, and she's in her Giant stuff, and she took it right away from him. What a total loser that woman is.
Crazy.
Yeah, I just don't understand, like, the morale that you go through at that moment, because this was a really cool moment. I went to the Friday night game before the end of the the last homestand, and there was a foul ball, and like how you've sat down there in the Diamond Club when it goes straight up, like that thing's coming down with some rain. Right? Like,
yes, it is.
My stepdad and I are just like kind of lean against it, like we don't want anything to do. This guy catches it like 2 rows behind us, and me just being like kind of funny, I'm like, give it to the kid, and this kid in front of us is like, yeah, give it to the kid. What the guy do? Stood up, came down 2 rows, gave it to the 6-year-old kid right in front
That's
of us.
what you do.
And everybody's just like, perfect.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do with the baseball, dude?
Exactly.
Like,
you're an adult.
Unless, like, the only thing I would understand is if, like, Bobby Wood Jr. is out there signing, like, 17 autographed baseballs and just chucking up like Jose Lima back in the day, and you catch one, that's got at least some sort of significant value. That's one where maybe I'd be like, sorry, kid.
I'd still give it to the kid at that point in time, I think.
At that point,
yeah.
you're teaching a kid a lesson. That's a life lesson, brother. Sorry. I got to
What,
catch
be
that
taller?
one. Yeah. Be faster.
Tell your dad to be more athletic.
Yeah, sorry, kid.
Right.
You can't ride the ride. You're not tall enough, you know. No, I would still
Park's
give that.
closed.
Yeah. I'd still give it to the kid at that point in time because
you.
you want to live these games and watch these games through the eyes of a child. And that's ultimately what it's about. When you watch kids watch sports, that's how you want to watch sports as an adult. The innocence, the love, the joy that they have. And if they have an opportunity to get a dirty headband from a NFL player that holds no value whatsoever financially, and you're an adult and you take that joy away from a child, who beat you up when you were a kid? Because that's just now 2 women in 2 weeks doing this crazy stuff at stadiums for an $8 baseball and really a 2-cent headband that was worn in a game, making fools out of themselves. Look yourself in the mirror, man. Go to a game. Let the kids enjoy it. It's for the kids.
Yeah. Coming up next, we get into Start Bench Cut, brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow. Get in the know with Jay's Southland Tow as we get into Start Bench Cut here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying to themselves. Call us now and you'll feel better. That's right. We've helped thousands of people all over the United States of America feel better, and we do it right here in Kansas City at QC Kinetics. You're looking beyond traditional medicine to take control of your health, and that's why QC Kinetics is successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all natural and no downtime. If your back or your knees or your shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Be smart. Don't let them tell you more pills or surgery are your only choices. Call QC Kinetics and get that free consultation. Thousands of patients around the country find a better life with QC Kinetics. Call now to get scheduled. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Appointments available on Saturday off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone with QC Kinetics.
Hey, Chiefs fans, Crown Royal is the official whiskey of the Kansas City Chiefs. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with a generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
Arvest Bank believes in the power of serving others. That's why we're committed to supporting those who serve our communities. We believe that all communities deserve a financial partner who cares. Arvest. We believe.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's
It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Kansas side 35 northbound heavy past Shawnee Mission Parkway up to 635 with an accident reporting. Lee Summit 470 westbound heavy past Pryor out beyond Raytown Road with construction in the left lane. And now eastbound heavy around View High Drive with a car fire blocking the right lane. Turn recent repairs into savings. Get up to $4,500 off a new HVAC system. Stay comfortable year-round. Schedule now at AnthonyPHCE.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Listen to the Chiefs and Jaguars on Monday night with pregame starting at 4. Kickoff at 7:15 with Mitch, Danon, and Kling. Right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey sports station. Here's Fescoe, Dusty, and Mac with this week's edition of Start, Bench, Cut.
Start, bench, cut time here on a Tuesday on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well with you. It is brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow. Get in the know with Jay's Southland Tow. Playoff baseball begins today, starting with Cleveland and Detroit, followed by San Diego at Wrigley, followed with the Cubs, followed by Boston at New York, and then the nightcap is Cincinnati in Los Angeles.
Sick.
Playoff baseball is insane. It's awesome. It's fun. So we start off with start, bench, cut, playoff baseball, playoff football, playoff NHL.
I'm going to start the football because it's one and done. The stress level's high. Baseball's a little bit of a series, so if you lose a game, it's not the end of the world. So I'm going to start football. I'm going to bench baseball, and I'll cut whatever the third one was. Hockey, yes.
Well, they say there's nothing better in sports than playoff hockey.
Playoff
hockey's
so
great.
Fun.
Yeah,
yes.
it is, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, and I like series aspect over one game, honestly, but football's football, so I got to start that. And yeah, I'll do baseball. I'll bench baseball. I'll cut NHL, but it's close.
Yeah, it is. It's not far. NHL, we were just talking about it in the break, and Max like, I can't wait for the NHL season because I told him the coach of his Nashville Predators is the odds-on favorite to be the first one fired.
I was a little surprised. I was like, what?
See, I'd go Patrick Waugh because they switched over management in New York on Long Island, and they kept him as the coach. And if they get off to a slow start there, that may be your one. He's number 2 in odds of getting fired. So not that you're going to get great odds, but even still, you know.
Yeah, we know that story, right? New management, same coach.
Absolutely.
We'll see how it goes.
Doesn't get off to a good start, you're gone.
LOL, Brian Callahan.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
AKA Brian
Did they
Callahan.
fire him this morning?
Not yet, no.
Because it's Central Time Zone in Nashville, so it's 9 o'clock there right now. People are just starting to get into the office, I'm sure.
Moving on to playoff baseball teams. These are the evil empires. Start, bench, cut. The Red Sox, the Yankees, the Dodgers.
Start the Yankees, bench the Dodgers, disseminate the Red Sox. Decimate the Red Sox.
Still haven't watched the comeback documentary yet, have you? Okay.
I'll start the Sox. I'll bench the Dodgers, cut the Yanks. Sorry, Bob.
Wouldn't hurt me.
Yeah. Bulletproof. Bulletproof. Who sings that song? I mean, I'll leave it to them to sing it from now on, but like I forget who sings that song. This time, baby, I'll be
bulletproof.
There's a perfect example of this show in a nutshell. 20s, 40s, 30s.
Yeah, who does
we
sing
all know that
now?
song.
I don't know.
This time, baby, I'll be
bulletproof.
Are you looking it up, Bob?
I am.
All right,
yeah.
I was going to say.
Now it's going to be stuck in so many people's heads the rest of that.
Exactly.
All right. So, if playoff football started today.
LaRue? Is that who it is?
Jason?
What?
No.
I heard of him.
Jason LaRue. Yeah, I got it.
Yep, that's it. Yep, that is LaRue.
I think that's what Shane Lowry was listening to while he had the Ryder Cup trophy where his hog is as he was thrusting on the table getting hammered. No, we move on to playoff football teams. Obviously, the Bills are the number 1 seed. Chargers are the 2 seed. Indianapolis the 3 seed. Steelers the 4 seed. Start, bench, cut.
Those 4 teams there, you said?
Those 3. I'm taking Buffalo out because they're the 1 seed undefeated.
Okay.
Chargers, Indy, Pitt. That's your 2, 3, and 4 seeds.
Starting Pittsburgh, benching the Chargers, and then I'll cut Indy.
You and me are opposites today. I'll start the Chargers still. I'm going to bench Indy, and yeah, Pittsburgh's fake.
Oh, because Daniel Jones is real.
The team itself is more real. Yeah, they're both pretty fake. The AFC sucks. And the AFC has 3 or 4 good teams.
Pittsburgh's winning that division.
They are not. I will place a bet with you on that.
Fine,
Let's do it.
but Pittsburgh's winning that division. Baltimore's done. I mean, Baltimore quit in a game, for God's sakes.
I'm already going to lose $100. I said Pittsburgh's going to finish last in the AFC North. Whenever I need to pay this guy, I guess I can go ahead and do that today.
Yeah, because they're not finishing last.
No, not last.
Not anymore than that.
Cincinnati's got that covered.
Yeah.
It's a battle for last.
These are your 3 playoff wildcard teams in the AFC. Jags, Bengals, Chiefs. Chiefs win this weekend. They're the number 1 wildcard seed. They're the 5th seed in the playoffs.
So are they the 7th seed right now?
Correct. They're above Denver.
So who's the 2 seed?
Well, it's Jags have the number 1. They're the 5th seed.
Yeah.
Cincinnati's the 6th seed, and the Chiefs are the 7th seed.
No, but who has the 2 seed right now?
It'd be the Chargers.
Or the Chargers, yeah.
Pittsburgh or the Chargers as the 2 seed right now,
hosting
the Chiefs.
Yes. Right now, the 2 seed in the AFC division, or in the AFC playoff picture, would be the Chargers.
The Chargers. Okay. They're going to host the Chiefs. You're going to bring the Chiefs in a playoff game to Los Angeles that has no fans, and you're going to fill that building with red and make it Arrowhead West.
Locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
Boy, the playoffs this year, man. If the Chiefs are like a wild card because of the first 2 games of the season, who's going to be really feeling good and picking anybody other than the Chiefs to win? I'm sure you'll have some Buffalo people, obviously.
For sure.
Depending on how the regular season game goes, though. I mean, if the Chiefs go out there to obliterate the Bills in the regular season game, nobody will be picking the Bills in the playoffs, right? Yeah, I mean, like, see you in the Super Bowl, man. I hate to be that guy, but I'll see you in San Francisco.
Yeah, start KC, bench Jags, Cincy. Come on.
Yeah.
We go to the next one. Start bench cut. Total recall. The recall. Frank White recall.
Well, I'm going to start the Frank White recall. This is
Jackson
juicy.
County, stand up, baby.
Yeah,
Even though Total Recall had a chick with 3 boobs.
Total Recall was really good. And then I don't even know what the recall was. So
I'll be 2017 movie. I don't know.
I was gonna say it's like I remember it being just ass. I don't remember anything about it. I haven't seen
the Frank White recall.
Yeah,
it's fair.
How will you remember Frank White as head legislator in Jackson County? Ass.
Tomorrow
Kiss
we'll start
my ass.
Tomorrow we'll start the show with Vince McMahon saying, "You're fired."
I think so.
Stand up, Jackson County
now,
today.
How does that work? Like, he's never at work anyway, so like, how do they remove him from the office? Like, how does that go down? Like, does he just leave? Like, I mean, I'm asking because I don't know. Does somebody knock on the door and say, hey, you've been voted out? You got like 10 minutes to get your stuff out?
Call him the snail because his escargot got to go. Get out of here. The hell with that. Get out there and vote today, baby. Leave work early. Go to work late. Go on an extended lunch break. Come back with that sticker on your chest that says, I did my job. Start bench cut.
You think people would be walking around with the I voted sticker today?
They already are. There's people on my Instagram.
Are they passing out the I voted sticker today? Oh, that's good.
It's like the gym. You didn't go work out if you didn't take a photo. If you didn't vote, if you don't get the sticker.
I never take a picture at the gym. Am I supposed to do that?
A lot of
Bob,
people
you're
do.
not charting your gains?
You're not actually working out. It's all
I just know
live.
I feel good when I leave.
Hell yeah.
Starting to feel stronger, you know? It's good for my mental health.
10 years ago today, we all had, or 11 years ago today, we all had the fun memory of the wild card game. So I give you Royals playoff start bench cut. Salvador Perez is hitting the wild card. Gordon's home run. He doesn't need the wind. Or the Haas Mad Dash.
I was watching the Haas Mad Dash again, and seeing the people in the background are the best. The Mets fans in the background. There's nothing better. Like, we all loved everybody giving the bird. Was it to Jamal Charles when he scored that touchdown?
It was Brandon Flowers.
Brandon Flowers when he scored the touchdown, right? He's getting all the people in Oakland giving him
football
the bird.
On the ground, foot on the football.
Yeah.
Legendary.
And this is just as good. It's nobody giving the bird, but the facial expressions on people are awesome.
Lucas Duda couldn't throw it 60 60 feet.
I know.
And then he became a Royal.
And we got him. And then he actually lived in an RV at the Walmart parking lot in Independence on I-70 in Blue Ridge there. He lived in that parking lot, unless he didn't. Sal, I'll start. Gordon, I'll bench. And then I'll bench the Mad Dash, and then I'll cut the home run, I guess.
Damn.
I mean, but you could go in that order because if the home run doesn't happen, maybe the Mad Dash doesn't happen.
Yeah, there's no right
like
answer.
The butterfly effect, really. I would actually go in that order because each of them has to have the prior happen before it.
That's fair.
You know,
I'll start Haas, bench Sal, cut Gordon as well, but I don't feel great about it. Those 3 good moments, man.
Switching to the other side of the parking lot while we have it. Mahomes' moments in the playoffs, the run against Tennessee, jet chip Wasp against San Francisco, or Mahomes' run against Philly?
I'm going to start the run against Tennessee, bench Wasp, and then cut the run against Philly.
Bang. Exactly.
And last but not least, backyard/garage games, bags, darts, poker.
Ooh. That order. Yeah, I'll start bags, bench.
You got a toss
darts
on you?
And cut poker. What?
You got a little toss on you?
I'm not bad, yeah.
Okay.
I don't play a
like
lot.
that.
Yeah, I told you we were down 13-1. We came back and won 15-13, and I hit that game winner and walked it off. I was the greatest athletic achievement of my life.
I bet Bob was unbearable for about 5 minutes.
No, I wasn't because I don't really like playing these games. I'd rather just sit in a chair and drink
and hang and talk.
And
Yeah,
talk
I get that.
and kind of just chill. And so what we won, and we walked it off. I was like, damn, that was great. And all the people in the cul-de-sac were very disappointed in me. They thought I was a ringer.
Yeah, they were like, this guy's the truth.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I just had luck.
Yeah, I had a good moment. Yeah, I'll go darts, bags, poker.
There you go. Somebody says, since today's Tuesday, I have to get my start bench cut into the text line. Morning sex, afternoon sex, evening sex.
That order.
Is time, are we talking about time?
No, I'm picturing perfect world. Really? You're starting the morning sex?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a better way to start the day.
Did you hear that? Wow.
I just want to win, Jay.
Yeah, that's
You're
fair.
not?
No, I'll bench it. I'll start.
I'm
evening's
cutting
great.
it because it's
Evening
like,
just makes you go to bed. It's like it's over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
Yep. Lay in your work.
Yeah.
I would start evening, bench afternoon, and cut morning. Because morning, I mean, you're just cutting 15 seconds out of my day.
Well, it's just like the morning breath. It's all the things, right?
Oh, yeah. You got to do that sneak out, brush your teeth. Dusty, did you see Jackson Dart's mom was sitting alone? I did. I'm very well aware of that. So.
I know that I'm hard.
No doubt about it. And leather paint. Good Lord. Coming up, Dana Hughes said a couple things that were noteworthy. We get into that and dive back into what he had to say about this Chiefs offense, as well as Xavier Worthy's impact here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Isaiah Pacheco, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, here we are in the state of Missouri getting ready to use the Underdog app, right? Because in Missouri, you can use the Underdog app right now and win money in the state of Missouri. And football season is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action. It's great for all the sports. They just signed a big deal with the Royals, too, which is really cool because that means you got baseball involved right now. You got football going on right now, college football going on right now. I love combining selections from multiple sports into one entry to see what I can do on the Underdog app. And playing on Underdog is simple. Just choose whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. And once you get those entries right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. So download the Underdog app today. Sign up with promo code BOB to secure $100 in bonus funds when you play your first $5 with promo code BOB. Underdog. Make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over in present Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Ready, Set, Ford. That's what Shawnee Mission Ford is all about, bringing meaning to Ready, Set, Ford. Hey, it's Gold. You know I've been driving a new vehicle thanks to my friends over at Shawnee Mission Ford for over a month now, and they offer their customers the largest discounts on every new vehicle, along with aggressive rebates and top trade-in value. And maybe you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle. You're in luck as well with over 100 pre-owned vehicles to choose from at prices and terms well within any budget. Shawnee Mission Ford is on a mission to do more.
Inside the Huddle with Cody and Gold each day from noon till 1 on 96.5 The Fan. Inside the Huddle is brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue on the official radio partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. 96.5 The Fan.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher, I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, Member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big name celebrities.
And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident? Call Jay Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all. Be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow.
Chiefs Checking for Community America is for real fans. Because real fans know tap to pay is the ultimate play. Zero fees mean you win with ease. And big savings at the team store means you can score more. And who doesn't love scoring more? Community America is investing in helping Chiefs fans step up their financial game. Get started today at communityamerica.com. Member owned, open to all. Community America Credit Union. Invested in you.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
Expect mostly sunny skies today with a high temperature reaching 84.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
The pitch. Swinging a ground ball to third. It's fair! Fair ball! Up the left field line. Here's Cologne. And the Royals win it.
Hell yeah. Never forget where you were when that happened.
No, you won't.
Somebody says, going back to that Gordon home run, watching the Gordon home run in person with my dad and grandpa is the single greatest baseball memory I have, and you are cutting it. I don't like you anymore. Everybody, that's the thing that's so great about like the 14 and 15 runs is that it doesn't matter what moment you have, it wins. Like like if it's Moose's bomb in Anaheim that basically took the series away, if it's Moose's dive into the dugout, if it's Gordon's home run, if it's Sal's hit, if it's what was it? Johnny Cueto, who pitched a lights-out performance
Game 5 in 2015.
Ventura in Game 6.
Yeah.
Like, whatever it may have been, like, there's no wrong answer. And that's the best thing about all those memories.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2 years of just
But
great
Sal's
memories.
is the correct answer.
Sal's is the correct answer. No, it really is. I mean, it just is, because it started everything. Without that hit, I don't know what we're talking about, how we're celebrating, what we're looking at, thinking about, and where any of these organizations are. But I like to bring it up because we with the Royals, I think they spoiled us, obviously, in 14 and 15, where they went to the World Series, and we thought that was supposed to be what it was supposed to be every year. And then they have a season like they did this year. And, we had talked about it earlier. They increased attendance by only 90,000 fans. That's not a lot over the course of a baseball season. It's about 1,100 more fans per game this year than they had a season ago for the Boys in Blue out at Kauffman Stadium. Now, TV numbers are astronomically high. Everybody's consuming the products on TV now. And basically a 25% increase in television numbers across the board for Major League Baseball this year from last year's regular season. So people are consuming it. They're just doing it in a different way. When they went from 14 to 15, they had almost an increase of 1 million people in attendance from 14 to 15. This year it was 900,000 or 90,000 people increased in attendance, like 10% of what they had, 10 years ago. But sports and life and all of that has changed. The 8 and 18 stretch in the middle of the season probably checked a lot of people out. That's kind of why you can't live day to day in baseball. You have to kind of live week to week, month to month, in baseball, because that 8 and 18 stretch had a lot of people check out. And this ball club still finished really, really, really good. They finished 6 games back of first place, which is their fewest games back of first at the end of the season since 1994. I'm taking 14 and 15 out of the equation.
Was it strike year? 94?
Yeah, 94 was the strike year. They finished, I think, 7 games back, 8 games back, or whatever it was that year. And only 2 other times have the Royals been single digits back to end the season. It was 2003, 2024, and I guess you can throw in 2013. They finished, I think they ended up finishing like 7 games back. So only 3 times since 1994 have they finished single digits back of first place. And that's why I think perspective matters when we're talking about the Royals. Yeah, they made the playoffs last year. They took a little bit of a step back, not a huge step back, because you got to walk, you got to crawl, you got to run. It all goes in order like that, and that's how you build that sustainable success. And I think once people are removed from the season and they put it into perspective, they're going to look at 82 and 80 and go, man, with all the injuries that we suffered, every single pitcher that was in the rotation was on the disabled list this year. We had no outfield hitting of which to speak at all, a hole at second base for the entire season, and they still went 82 and 80. That's pretty damn good, man. Perspective matters. That's why I continue to push Q as like, I know he's not going to win it, but manager of the year. He won 82 games, and he had to overcome so much as the manager of this ball club from an injury situation this year. It's remarkable they were above 500.
Yeah, somebody says big shout out to Christian Colon. He came through in the playoffs when it mattered most.
Yeah.
Johnny Gomes went up there and said, "You're going to do something special, man."
Yeah. Ask Christian Colon about that. He'll tell you to stop talking about Johnny Gomes.
But yeah, somebody says that wild card game got me hooked on the Royals.
It was like a drug.
They said, I'm a transplant to the area from Iowa. Since today, I've watched as many games as possible. Prior to that, from 07 to 14, I always asked people why they even care about the Royals. Now I know, 100%. I mean, I still remember going to the day they clinched the pennant against the Baltimore Orioles. I was sitting in the front row above the left field wall, or against, I guess it was like the left field side, front row, and that's when Gordon made the catch against the fence and like knocked back.
Yeah.
And the dunce master beat the chess master. And we got to watch that. That's something I'll never forget my entire life, is that my dad and I used to be season ticket holders, and we went and watched guys like, Brian Anderson pitch and, Jimmy Gobble and Darryl May. And we're like, man, one day there might be a playoff game here. Got the opportunity to go. They won the pennant and went to the World Series, the next week after they beat Baltimore. And it's just one of those things, like, we both looked at each other like, did you think we'd be here? No.
Well,
like, it's the Paul Rudd thing. Like, who'd have thought we'd be here? Not us.
Right. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, in the way it just kind of all started to snowball, you could kind of see it in 12 and then 13 and then boom, 14 happened. And, even after the All-Star break or whatever it was in 14, I think it was in Boston, they were kind of down in the dumps a little bit. That's when they brought Ibanez in, and he said, he gave a Stuart Smalley speech, and they kind of rallied from there. And, went on to do unbelievable things and change our whole perspective. But you're right. Everybody has a story of where they were for that wild card hit, where they were for that entire postseason run, what was going on. And there's not much in life that brings you great excitement and great surprises and great memories, And that month, October of 2014, for literally every person in Kansas City, that was a great month. We all have great memories for that, right? Nobody was fighting with each other. Everybody was loving up each other. You didn't even know Kansas and Missouri existed. Like, it was just a euphoric time for everybody here in Kansas City. And I'm not going to lie. I wish it was like that again. I wish we could do October of 14, that movie Groundhog Day. I wish October of 2014 was my Groundhog Day. I would do that month over again for the rest of my life. And I'll never forget the day that Dayton was hired and I got banned from the Royals. He said it was going to take 8 to 10 years to win a championship, right? And everybody kind of rolled their eyes. He was hired in June of 2006, and they made the playoffs 8 years after he took over, won a championship after 9. That's perspective on how long it takes to really, truly build something in a market like Kansas City.
Not sure if you guys knew this or not. Frank White is listening to the show and texting.
Oh, he is?
Now. Yeah, because it's
good.
his recall vote today in Jackson County. Go vote. He texted in from the 816. Last Royals game I watched, Bo Jackson was playing.
Yeah, that is Frank.
Glad to see Frank's enjoying the show today here on 96.5.
Well, what else did he got to do? Clean out his desk?
He doesn't need to see the results. He's going to lose 80-20 today in Jackson County. But yeah, I mean, I think it's I think we're getting back into that baseball momentum, right? Playoffs last year. Thought playoffs were on the table this year. They were for most of the season. Fell short. September 22nd was when you finally fell out of contention. And you finish 82-80 at a winning season, and now you get to go fix a couple things, patch a few spots up, and hopefully come back better than ever next year.
And that's the good news going into this season. We all know what the problems are and how to fix them. You're not going, oh, my God, what went wrong? Well, you need an outfield bat, and you need a second baseman. My friend Jim texted me earlier, and I'll run this by you because you're kind of a baseball dork as well. He goes, worst case scenario, maybe you go get a great third baseman and move Garcia to second base, and you solve both of those issues that way.
Yeah, but you have the best left side of the infield in baseball.
I think so too.
But you leave him where he's at.
But also, those are the things that a team that's in a market like Kansas City has to consider, right? Okay, we can get better at third, but we can't get better at second. All right, let's go get better at third, move our third baseman over to second, and kind of figure things out. So I love ideas, right? I love listening to ideas and what people have. Some of them are ridiculous, obviously, but some of them are actually really good and how you go about building this team. But you're not going into the offseason where, oh, God, we need a pitcher. You don't need any pitching on this team. We're set. I mean, you need nothing from the pitching department right now. You need bats. You need an outfield bat. You need an infield bat. Go out and get those. Those are identifiable, easy fixes, I think.
I forget who to give credit to, but I saw this on Twitter. It was either, like Royals Review or Clubhouse Music, one of the two. And it's amazing to think where this year ended up because MJ Melendez was on the starting opening day roster and Michael Garcia wasn't. That's crazy because Jonathan India played third.
That's right.
First ball of the game.
That's right. Right at his head. Yeah.
And it's crazy to think about that in perspective that Michael Garcia might be the Royals Player of the Year. I think it's going to go to Bobby for obvious reasons, but Michael Garcia has a damn good argument to think that he wasn't on the opening day roster as a starter. It was on the roster, not starting. And Jonathan India was at third, and then where this team came from and where Michael Garcia showed up and where MJ Melendez ended up and where he will eventually end up somewhere, I assume.
Well, he'll end up somewhere, whether it's on a baseball field, I don't know. But, also, too, you mentioned Kyle Isbell earlier. He's never going to get enough credit for how good he played this year. I thought he was a really good baseball player. He's a good baseball player in a solid lineup, man.
You see Michael A. Taylor's going to retire?
Oh, is he? That's too bad.
Said he's hanging it up.
Yeah, we'll miss him.
Retired Chiefs wide receiver, though, Danon Hughes, joined us earlier as he does every single Tuesday on this show at 7:20. He had what Xavier Worthy's impact was because you and Mac are both like, the league better look out because his offense is getting ready to show its true colors.
You definitely can feel the presence of Xavier Worthy in the run game and the pass game and how it affects everybody else on the field. Now there's no total focus on Travis Kelce. There's no, we're going to go against your offense and we're going to challenge our DBs to go one-on-one with Hollywood Brown, one-on-one with Tyquan Thornton, one-on-one with Juju Smith-Schuster, and we're just going to double-team Travis and see if you can make some noise. And that has not been the case. Now you have to respect every aspect from sideline to sideline and 40-plus yards down the field with Xavier Worthy in the lineup, and everybody else is going to have some production because of it. So it just goes to show how thin the margin is in regards to not just the parity in the NFL, but also when you add explosiveness as part of your arsenal, how things can change so drastically. And I'm here for it, and I just can't wait until we get to Week 7 when we get Rashee Rice back in.
Yeah, I think he's absolutely right about that. And I think the injury to Xavier Worthy is good from a big picture perspective thing for a lot of fans who don't quite grasp how this thing works at times in the NFL or in professional sports. Next man up doesn't always mean, hey, we're going to be just fine. Like, we've kind of talked ourselves into that around here in Kansas City. But that's just not the way it works, especially at a position where you're looking at next man up and you're already down your first two guys, right? It's all of a sudden going to make the number 3 wide receiver have to be the number 1 wide receiver, and the number 5 wide receiver all of a sudden is the number 3 wide receiver. Well, they were the number 3 and number 5 for a reason. They weren't a number 1 and 2 because they're not good enough as the 1 and 2 wide receivers are. And so by getting these guys back, puts other guys in better roles, which accentuates their talent and therefore opens up the offense even more. Yeah, Worthy can do it, but now it puts guys in more comfortable roles that they're comfortable in where they can go out and dominate and they can be the number 3 and not be a guy with number 3 talent that has to be number 1. It's not possible.
Yeah, I think the best is obviously yet to come because Rice will come back, and then the real expansion of the offense is there on the table because then it's like, I don't know what Xavier Worthy is actually going to do more of. Stretch the defense deep, stretch the defense to the side, and then that opens up Rashee Rice, that opens up Juju Smith-Schuster, Hollywood Brown, Travis Kelce, and all of a sudden we're looking at Travis Kelce as what we said in the beginning of the year as your 4th, maybe 5th option in the passing game, which is insane to think about.
Yeah, and it opens up the run game.
Yeah.
Which would then in turn give Patrick Mahomes more time, and it would, ease up the offensive line. I mean, it's a chain reaction that we've seen, in the opposite way with the injuries on the offensive line last season, and how that had a domino effect on the rest of those 5 guys up front. But, man, I'm telling you what, I mean, it wasn't just about playing a bad defense in the Ravens. And I know they were beat up. I think Briscoe said it's okay to say that was maybe a beat-up defense, a bad defense. It's okay to give some credence to that, but also say what they did was really impressive, and it would have been impressive against any team on a Sunday in the National Football League because of what they did to sustain. They changed who they were on Sunday, not just because Xavier was there. Like, I know he was a huge change, and he opened it up, but 6 offensive linemen out there running the football more, power football. This is a physical football team, man. We haven't seen that in the past.
Well, I think, look, there's been a lot of internal pressure, and not pressure or whatever it is, but to run the football more, right? You want to run the football. You want to be effective at running the football, and they found a way to do it. There's been a lot of external pressure. I mean, we talked about it all last week on this show. That's all anybody's been talking about. Run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. And they did, and it made a huge difference for this team. They got Brashard Smith involved as well, and, utilizing him to kind of run the football, that change of pace, I liked it. I like what I saw. It allowed them to do things that they were not able to do without Xavier Worthy. And now you got him back. It's opened the playbook up, and then you get Rashee Rice back. It's going to open it up even more. Like, this offense is just on the cusp of being able to do the things that they want to do.
Thought it was on the come. This was Danon Hughes on that run game.
Well, to the tune of how that will impact Isaiah Pacheco, I don't know, but I feel like there's a way that all 3 of those guys can flourish. Remember, Jerick McKinnon was a part of this offense. He got a bulk of plays. He had a package with regards to either third down production or in the red zone or in passing situations. Maybe Brashard Smith is going to assume that aspect of this offense. And, again, if we are scoring points and we are leading by multiple scores, then you're going to see Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt get to eat as much as they want in the run game because now you're just trying to take down the clock, keep the ball away from the opposing team, and utilize what we always call as the 4-minute offense where everybody knows you're going to run the ball and you still can't stop it. That's kind of what we saw in this last game. And if we can put up 30-plus points a game and put teams on their heels just a bit, then I think everybody's going to be satisfied in the run game.
And that response was preempted by the tweet I saw yesterday from How About Those Chiefs? Good podcast as well. If you want some Chiefs action, is outside of 96.5 The Fan. And they brought up the snap counts for Brashard Smith. He had 18 in this last game. The most he'd ever had is 8 twice and once 5. So the reason I asked that to Dana Hughes is, are we starting to see a phase-out system? And, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. The number is a little bit alerting because you see 19 from, 8 to 19. That means they're getting him more involved. And again, they threw a pass to him, he dropped it, but then he kind of came back, made some other plays. Pacheco had the pass catch for the touchdown as well.
Mm-hmm.
Kareem Hunt got a couple of big first downs, and maybe that's what we're going to see moving forward. It's just a three-headed, committee from this running back in, because every single one of them has a different skill set. Now, again, we'll see who's in there when it matters, because Dana Hughes also did mention that Brashard Smith was not in on the special teams, which means, hey, the talk of chatter is coming around that he is going to get more opportunities in the offense.
Well, and he should. And I don't mind that they kind of slow played it. He's a 7th-round running back, too. We have to keep that in mind, right? They drafted him in the 7th round. Get him in here. Let's see what he can do. Gradually. Okay, now it's time to go. Now it's time to change some things up a little bit. We need more of a spark out of our running back position. This kid's fast. He can, catch the ball out in the flat, turn it into something good. Now he's got a little bit more of the understanding of the offense under his system. I think it was Alex Smith who said, by year 3, we're starting to understand the Andy Reid offense. That's Alex Smith saying that, right? And so we're asking a 7th-round running back to be proficient in an offense that took a quarterback into year 3 to kind of get an understanding of what was going on. Sometimes we forget it's not easy to run an offense and to call plays and do all that kind of stuff and understand in the NFL. We've heard guys call plays, and you look at each other and go, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, it sounds like a totally different language. And so to pick up on all that, to be proficient in all that, it just takes time. And so we're seeing now, okay, now we trust this kid. Let's get him out there. Let's see what he can do. And if this continues and you have a 3-man rotation at running back, that's truly great for everybody because it takes the wear and tear off of those guys. And the way that Kareem Hunt runs and the way that Isaiah Pacheco runs, as hard as they run through the tackles, blowing up people in there, you want to give them an opportunity to maybe get some wear and tear off their tread a little bit, change up the pace a little bit. So having a 3-headed monster, if you will, loosely used term monster back there.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? You got 3 guys now that you can count on. A couple of plays for this guy, a couple of plays for that guy. Fantasy people will hate the hell out of it. But as Andy Reid said, he doesn't care about your fantasy team. You want to keep your running backs fresh and moving and kind of cycle guys in and cycle guys out. And to have a 3-man rotation is pretty cool.
Pretty wild stat from the baseball world involving Byron Buxton. Byron Buxton played in 126 games this season. That's got to be like a career high. He had 542 plate appearances, and he did not ground into 1 double play. He is the only qualified player this season to do that, and only the 9th player in MLB history with a minimum of 500 at-bats. Boy, if he wanted to get out of Minnesota, I could find a place for him.
Oh, yeah, right here. Yeah.
Don't know how many games he'd play, but playoff baseball starts today. As the first game of the day is at 12:08, Cleveland and Detroit. Dynamite action there. Padres at Chicago. The Cubs host the San Diego Padres. And then the big one at 5 o'clock tonight, I think that we'll all be in tune to, is New York and Boston.
Yeah.
Followed by the late game tonight, which is Cincinnati at the Dodgers.
I think that's probably the least interesting one of all of them, right?
I'd probably say no because it's LA. I'd say from a fan's perspective, probably. But, I mean, you have the hope and glory story of Cincinnati, plus that guy that was doing the Francona stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see the Dodgers win again. Probably from a viewership is the Cubs and Padres game.
You think so?
Because of where it's at. I mean, the first game is going to get some numbers because it's the first game, plus it's the division rivalries. It's the story that ended. And then there's like that little stopgap at 2 o'clock where it's like, oh, yeah, here's the Padres and Cubs. And then the big one, obviously, is Boston and New York, which is going to be absolutely electric. And the Bronx, I think Aaron Judge is going to do it.
It's a big year, big postseason for him, man. October's all that matters if you're a legendary Yankee, and he so far has not done anything in October.
Let's discuss other guys in sports that need to do it as well. Like Aaron Judge today could start off hot if he can get that narrative change here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app, is coming soon to the Show Me State. New Missouri customers can download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. And when we go live, place just a $5 bet to unlock $300 in bonus bets. Starting November 17th, you can create your DraftKings Sportsbook account in Missouri and get ready for launch day on December 1st. DraftKings Sportsbook brings you everything you need to elevate your game day, including live in-game betting, lightning-fast payouts, and endless ways to get in on the action, all right from your phone. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and grab $300 in bonus bets with just a $5 bet when we go live December 1st. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Physically present in Missouri. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Excludes customers who redeem pre-launch sign-up offer. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
This is Creed Humphrey. Kansas City has the best fans in the world and the best bull riding team in the PBR. The Outlaws are looking to win it all this year, but they can't do it without you. I'm the chief of Outlaw Attitude, and I need you to pack the house. So buckle up and make some noise. The Outlaws are coming, and we know KC will be there with us. Come see Kansas City's next dynasty and join me at PBR Team Outlaw Days, October 3rd through 5th.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Another summer is ended, and you may have noticed that your energy is lower, your workouts aren't as productive, perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time, maybe even your sex drive is off. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Heartland Men's Health and get treated for your low T, because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Final segment here on a Tuesday on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well on 96.5 The Fan.
You follow Foul Territory TV?
I believe so.
It's on MLB Network. And they have this tweet out, which kind of leads into our topic. Aaron Judge still needs to have that moment in the postseason, and he does.
Yeah, which is something that I am a firm believer on, that it happens finally. If it doesn't, then we have a serious issue with Aaron Judge, because...
Why do you think it happens this year finally?
I don't know. I mean, I think that it's been long enough. I think that he's just that damn good at the sport.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen this before where guys finally break out of it. And I think if it's going to happen, it's going to happen now. And if it doesn't, then it's just never going to happen, in my opinion.
Right.
And, as much flack as that guy caught last year, mishapping a ball in the World Series, going over like 18, not having the power numbers there. And then, again, having another campaign where he probably will win the MVP this year. It's in New York. If he goes over 4, he's going to get heckled worse than Rory McIlroy did in the Bronx. That's just a fact. Like, they will turn on him.
And Rory McIlroy was getting heckled by opposing fans. He will be getting heckled by his own fans.
Right. And so it does beg the question of what major superstars in sports need to have that sort of success in the playoffs. And the names that I kind of came up with on the fly during the break, obviously Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
I think followed by Josh Allen,
Mm-hmm.
followed by Lamar Jackson. Justin Herbert's getting in that category, right? Justin Herbert, he's trying to be elite, but he's 0-2 in the playoffs, and he has not been good in the playoffs.
Yeah,
Been terrible.
very bad in the playoffs.
The equivalent of what Aaron Judge has been.
Yeah.
4 or 5 interceptions, no wins, no big numbers, 0 for 18, no home runs. I also threw in Aaron Rodgers because there's a possibility. Well, they always want to see him get 2. Right? And I know that he is a future Hall of Fame quarterback. The accolades, the resume is there, but it will solidify him that much more if he got one more.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, he's kind of getting that situation in his division where Baltimore is down bad right now, Cincinnati, and then obviously the Cleveland Browns, and Pittsburgh looks like the belle of the ball in the AFC North. I was wrong about that. I thought it would be a catastrophic failure. Look at me doubting Mike Tomlin once again. And Aaron Rodgers playing well enough in that system. If he has the type of success in the AFC North coming out of New York, being, this guy that, we clown for months, basically an entire year, as being just this Richard of the league, he's another one of those guys that, yes, people will always have their opinion of Aaron Rodgers, but if he gets a second one, they'd be like, you know what? He won as many as Peyton. He has now as many as Eli, because a lot of people will be like, yeah, Aaron Rodgers, you were great, but Eli has more Super Bowls than you. You have the same amount of Super Bowls as Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson, those type of guys. You put yourself in a different category. I think there is a little bit of pressure for Aaron Rodgers to get one more, because we look at what he did. He kind of took the Tom Brady route. He went to the team that had some talent on the team. They got rid of Pickens. They brought in DK Metcalf. That connection has worked. I believe the two of them have 3 touchdowns on the season in 4 weeks. They have a bye this week, and then the rest of the season will unfold. And then there's also a guy in Kansas City that if this team is going to be a playoff team, he's got to have playoff success, and that's Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah, he has to.
Because last year it was a very disappointing playoff series for Bobby Witt Jr. with Baltimore and New York.
No doubt. There's no question he did not show in the playoffs last year, but he's too young to have that pressure on him. I think by far and away, Aaron Judge has more pressure than any other athlete to win a championship in American professional sports. And I at number 2, I think it's probably Josh Allen. I think if Josh loses another AFC championship game, divisional game to Patrick Mahomes, oh my God, the conversation's really going to start about Josh Allen. Can he win the big one? And more importantly, can Sean McDermott be the coach to lead him to the big one? And then I do think Lamar is 3. I think those are the 3. I love the Aaron Rodgers conversation, though, because when you're talking about Aaron Rodgers, I'm thinking to myself a couple of different things. Number one, I think the book is already written on Aaron Rodgers. This is the epilogue, right? This is the final chapter of his career. If he's going to win a Super Bowl, it's going to have to be this year, in Pittsburgh. I don't think Aaron Rodgers needs it at all. I think Aaron Rodgers right now is just closing out his career in a better way than it was in New York. And so I think we the collective people, we all know what we think of Aaron Rodgers. I don't think this season's going to dictate that at all about Aaron Rodgers and what we think. And also, too, you know what I was thinking about Aaron Rodgers? I haven't really heard from Aaron Rodgers this year, and I kind of like that. He's kind of been forgotten a little bit this year. Remember last couple of years? He's on McAfee all the time. He's in the public eye. He's talking constantly. He's saying ridiculous things. I mean, Aaron Rodgers right now, unless I see him on Sunday, I don't hear from Aaron Rodgers. And you know what? I kind of like that. I kind of like not having him be the litmus test for the league every Wednesday on the Pat McAfee show. I like the fact that he's just going out there and playing football and not getting kind of bogged down with everything, and it's not a national story every single week. And so if he wins his second, yeah, I mean, obviously he's in a different category, but I still think Aaron Rodgers goes down as one of the greats. And for me to say that, I mean, I never considered him in that category because I was stupid for most of the time. But the last couple of years have ruined his reputation. But I think this year, by him kind of just staying out of the limelight and playing some good football, I think maybe people will be like, yeah, you know what? Aaron Rodgers at the end ultimately wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it'd be like a different conversation. You know, it'd be like, what does one more ring do to lift you up? He's on that list of very high of like, okay, this next ring will lift him up into a new category. But these other guys, they need to win to even be in a category.
Yeah. Yeah, like Justin Herbert, I'm not ready to anoint him as one of the greats in the NFL at this point in time. And Bobby's, I mean, good Lord, he's too young.
Maybe I wasn't clear. I'm saying guys that are superstars that are going to be playoff guys that need to have playoff success, not necessarily that they're superstars. Because the one thing that, like you have said multiple times, is Justin Herbert does it in the regular season. Can he prove it in the postseason? Yeah. Not saying that Justin Herbert is a superstar in the league. I think he's building himself up to that. But he's been in the playoffs twice and he's been ass both times. Bobby Witt Jr. is a superstar in baseball, perennial MVP candidate. He played in the playoffs one time. I get it. We'll get more opportunities. But the one time that he was in there, he was not great. Now, obviously, Judge and Allen and Lamar have been there for years and years and has had tons of success and have been to many playoff opportunities and not done it. But, yeah, I just think that when you are that type of player where there is a lot of attention because there's a lot of talent surrounding you, you have to be – I mean, that's why the best thing that Mahomes ever did was win a Super Bowl, like as early as he did. Not only that, he won another one. If he doesn't win that first one – you know, who knows if he ever wins another one? Who knows if we have the legacy that we have? But he did it, and he knew the path, and he knew the work that you have to do. Other guys get to the playoffs, like, all right, I got to do something more. And then they lose, and like, I got to do something even more than I did last time. Like Josh Allen having the lead with 13 seconds left, it wasn't enough.
Right.
And like that, how that dictates his career playoff-wise, as long as he sees 15, kind of like when Lamar sees 15 on the other sideline, it's like, oh, crap, dude, this sucks. I'm 1-6 against this guy. So it's not necessarily just like a playoff thing, but it's also guys that they're playing in the playoffs. Like, I don't know if there's a guy in the NBA that's this way.
I just don't think Herbert and Bobby are even in this category. They haven't been around long enough to say that they've got, like, Judge has failed 1,000 times. Allen's failed 1,000 times. Lamar's failed 1,000 times in the playoffs. Like, those are the guys that have been there 1,000 times. Herbert and Bobby haven't been there enough to say the pressure's on. They need this for their legacy. But Allen and Lamar need that success for their legacy.
I think the necessity is higher, but they're on the antenna. They're on that antenna of like, okay, you are this up-and-coming talent. You are maybe the future face of a league or face of a conference or a division, and you have yet to do it. Obviously, it's not you're in your mid-20s, early 20s. It's fine, but I think Dusty's right. I mean, it's on my antenna.
Herbert or Bobby?
Both.
Yeah.
Both.
See,
I'm
not.
Antenna.
Bobby's not there because the team has to be in the playoffs a lot.
I get it.
Right,
It's, no one's worried, but it's just something that you're monitoring for next time kind of thing. I think you asked about the NBA, Dusty. I don't really think
Harden.
Yeah, Harden, but like he's done. Like Damian Lillard, like he's done now. Like
you could put Luka in that.
You
category.
could put Luka there. Yeah. But like again, like he'd be in the Bobby and
Herbert. Too early yet.
Yeah, he's like 25,
Yeah.
24.
We expect good
Probably
things,
25.
but it's too early to put in the, I've got a hat. Like, Aaron Judge and Josh Allen are probably the only two in American professional sports. You got to have it, man. Like, there's no more leeway for you right
Does
now.
Allen need to beat Mahomes more or need to win a Super Bowl more? Like, if Allen goes and wins the Super Bowl this year but doesn't beat Mahomes.
I look, you're talking to me. You know how I'll spin that.
Yes, I do. I do, Bob.
Somebody brings up in baseball. Bryce Harper's a name.
Oh,
that's
that's a good one.
Yeah,
that's a
really
great
good
one.
one.
Yep. Yeah, Bryce Harper.
And then someone says Chris Paul might be the guy in the NBA.
Oh, that's a great one.
Well, his brother Cliff is an insurance guy, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, Devin Booker comes in on the text line. It's a good one. Yep.
Yeah.
Unable to get it done.
Yeah, got to see that. What's his face in hockey?
Oh, yeah.
Kane?
Oh, yeah. No, the guy from Edmonton.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why am I drawing a blank right now?
Don't look it up. Don't you dare look it up.
I'm
And
not
don't
going
look at the text line.
Connor McDavid.
Yeah. He's on that list.
Yeah.
Connor McDavid's on that
Connor
list.
McDavid is definitely on,
on
that
that
list.
list.
Yeah. See, I think the people that are on that list are the people who are there every year that just can't get over that hump.
That's fair.
Whatever that proverbial hump is, why they can't get over that hump, I don't know. But I mean, Allen and Judge, those are the two you look at and you go, if you're not going to do it, are you ever?
Somebody
It's like
says
that
Denny
meme with the stick.
Yeah, the meme with the stick. That's exactly what I was thinking. Hello.
It's like the vaudeville frog?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Hello, my darling. Hello, my baby. Hello, my damn gal. Now do it for her. Come on. Somebody says Denny Hamlin in NASCAR. I don't know enough about NASCAR, but just see that text enough times to know that Denny Hamlin needs to win one. Sure. But yeah.
Durant needs a ring without a super team.
That's your guy.
Well, what team has won a ring without being a super team and having stars on it? That's how you win, by having good players.
A lot of people ask, where does Mike Trout fit in this? He's got to get out of Anaheim.
I mean, he's had one playoff experience in his entire life,
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, he's kind of like, he's in that category of you were there once. I mean,
Jackson County, go vote yes. Jackson County, go vote yes. Go do something also. Go do something nice for somebody. You never know. You change their day, their week, their month, their sales tax. We appreciate the time. Be safe, be easy, be groovy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Coming up next, it's Cody Golden Drew from 10 to 2.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is George Karloftis.